webinar is now streaming live on YouTube. Do you want to check the?
1 second.
Yo, Costa, the troublemaker.
Oh, I have my graphs here from the Pareto frontier. I'm ready.
Oh my God.
Pierre-Louis, it saddens me who cannot agree, because I think the point of disagreement is I start from a theory point of view, you start from an empirical point of view.
You're live on YouTube now, just so you know.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think we should have this discussion properly, because I think we will stop disagreeing once we put down the fundamentals, because I agree almost to everything you say, but for the last point. And but I need a graph to show you that. I'm a theory person. I only operate with, sorry, I've been trained by economic theorists. Just, you know.
Because I love how sometimes you can be a theory person and sometimes you're like.
No. I was deeply trained by very good theorists, Heracles Polemarchakis and Bhaskar Datta, and
okay.
Very formative for me.
I have to shut out the YouTube thing.
It was very formative for me to spend 6 years with 2 top-notch theorists. Very formative, because it changes the way it's like an eye-opening experience. It's like learning a new language. It changes the way your brain functions. I had the same eureka moment when I went to the Kennedy School and I saw Danny Roderick and Chris Avery showing math, understanding social policies with math. I said, wow, that was like mind-blowing. Wow, there is such a different way of saying those things that I'm talking about them. And the second time I had that was when I talked with theorists. It gives you a different structure of how you think on the problem. So even if you don't do formal modeling per se, just being trained by theories is formative. Like, how can I describe it? It's a formative experience. It's like who your parents are, so to speak, right? It's path dependency, right? If your dads are like that, that's what you end up doing. So
you need to write a model.
I do write models. I stopped it because I don't disagree with you, Pierre-Louis. I have a taste for real life data. And that's why my most recent work is applied, because I want to see what the world says. But the brain is programmed to think in a theorist way, and that cannot go. Well, that cannot go. It is. Anyhow, I like.
You saw the email, right? So Vikram will be starting second as the second speaker.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
So we have this perturbation, right? So
yeah.
Okay, but that's okay. So we have 1, 3, 2, right?
Let me check the program. I can't see the program now.
I see the program here, so let me see. Yeah. So first day, yeah, Vikram is second. So okay, so Giulia starts.
Yeah. So we start with Giulia.
All right.
Then
so it's 2, 1, 3. Okay.
Yeah. And
guys, I received a message that says the workshop homepage is down. Why?
Yeah, I was just trying to log on and it's down actually.
Yeah. Anyhow, I have to. So let me. The sad thing is, I'm in the office and I'm 2 screens, and I don't have, and I don't know why.
I'm happy about this YouTube thing.
All right, so
7 minutes, huh?
I managed to bring into 3 screens now from. Oh, so it's very good. Wow, that's called progress.
Oh, you're in the office, right? No?
Yeah, of course. You bet. Bet. I'm in the office, and that's very good because I have many screens and I can control many things simultaneously. All right, so participants. So, okay. So now we can have two hosts. How do you manage to resolve that?
I don't know. Today it just worked.
Do you reckon it was probably an issue of doing it too late yesterday? That perhaps it takes a day to apply? Because you remember we've done it in the morning, right? You nominate him as host, right?
Yeah. But it should work right away. Why would it?
God knows why. Well, we can complain to them, but I mean, we can complain to Zoom, but other than that, I don't see what else can we do. Do I need to make someone else as a panelist?
Pierre-Louis is taking care of this now.
All right. Yeah, because we're two, right? So
yeah.
Hi, hello.
Hi, Maria Pia. How are you?
I am good, and you?
Very good, thanks. Thanks for joining.
Thank you for inviting. And I've seen you're pretty busy, the three of you.
Yeah, lately I have been very busy. Very nice paper with Michael, by the way.
Thank you.
I have seen it already twice.
Me too. Even more.
Yeah. How's it going? Is it you guys have you submitted it,
no,
or
now we
still
are
working
having
on
a
it?
break. We are having a break. We've been working during the hard lockdown, which has been quite challenging actually, but now we are resting a bit.
Okay, that makes sense.
Hi everyone.
Hi Tommaso, thanks for joining.
Thanks for inviting me.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. When is the migration conference? You can't avoid having so many Italians, right?
Yeah. Hi.
So Pierre-Louis, we're live now, right? So we might as well start the recording, no? Or
3 minutes if you want, as you wish.
all right, fine, I can.
Perhaps let's wait for a couple more minutes, right?
No, let's wait for a couple minutes.
Okay.
So is the order of presentations unchanged, or are we switching?
You're muted, Cevat.
Giulia is here too, right? Hi, Giulia. Would you mind starting with the presentation? Because Vikram,
okay.
Vikram would like to start. Vikram would like to present second.
Okay, fine.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sorry, I went off. I went offline just when you were answering. So,
So Giulia starts, and then we will continue with Vikram.
okay. Thanks.
So can I? Okay. So can I try to share the screen? So just to see.
Oh, yes, please.
Okay. So, okay.
All right.
Okay.
So, hello everyone to the second day of the first King's EBRD workshop on the politics of migration, politics and economics of migration. So today we have again a full and busy day. And the first session, which will start just right now, is on the socio-economic integration. And there's two slide changes. So I will be chairing the first session of the day, and Cevat will be chairing the last one. And the second change is that we'll perturb slightly the order. So we'll start first with Giulia and her paper with Alberto Bisin from NYU on marriage, fertility, and cultural integration. And then we'll continue with the first paper in the order by Vikram and the co-authors, and then we'll go to conclude, right? And so let's start with Giulia's paper, so marriage, fertility, and cultural integration. So you have the floor for 20 minutes, and then the discussion and the Q&A.
Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, so this is, you already said, it's a joint work with Alberto Bisin, and it's a paper about the cultural integration of immigrants minority in the context of Italy, focusing on marriage and family choices. So recent migration flows into Western countries unveil new political and socioeconomic concerns, anti-immigrant sentiments, and voter large support for restrictive immigration policies are motivated in part by labor and welfare considerations. So there is the idea that immigrants come here to take natives' jobs, natives' welfare, but to a large extent, tensions are motivated by the perceived cultural externalities that immigration imposes on natives in the integration process. But when we think about integration, in fact, integration is an equilibrium phenomenon. So it is both the result of a demand and of a supply. So on the demand side, immigrants trade off economic incentives to integrate, for example, in the labor market, with preferences for the preservation of their own cultural identity. And on the supply side, natives modulate various degree or lack of degree of acceptance of immigrants' cultural diversity. So while it seems natural to think about integration as an equilibrium process, from an empirical point of view, it is very difficult to identify the importance of each of these components. And this may have very different implications in terms of policies or dynamics of integration. So the contribution of this work is to look at integration as an equilibrium and take a structural approach. So here, integration is the result of a process of marital formation and intra-household decisions. So the paper is essentially divided in 3 parts. In the model, so there is a model, and the model is a marriage market model. So families are formed in the marriage market, and parents within the family, spouses choose fertility and cultural transmission. So there is an intergenerational component where family investments contributes to shape the cultural belonging of the new generations. And these investments are motivated by cultural preferences. So in the estimation, so in the second part, we estimate these preferences under a specific identification structure, and we can separately identify preferences of immigrants, so demand, from preferences of natives in terms of supply, so willingness to accept immigrants' diversity. We do so with Italian data, and these preferences have a clear interpretation in the model, and I will come back to that, but essentially they reveal how much a group feel to be closer or farther apart in terms of ethnic identity to another one. So these are cultural distances somehow. And what we show at the end is that separating these demand and supply component is crucial for evaluating the dynamics of integration of immigrants minorities, so more in a long-term perspective, and it's also crucial for the identification of the mechanism that potentially promote or slow down integration. So let me be brief on the literature, but essentially in terms of the question, this paper relates to the literature on migration, and in particular, we estimate these cultural preferences and the mechanism that govern integration, trying to put together these 2 different blocks that on the one side look at the demand for, from the point of view of the immigrants to preserve their identity by looking at very different outcomes, or a second block that is looking at natives anti-immigrants sentiment. So I will be, I jump to the model. Let me say, excuse me, I will be brief, but I'm happy to take any question at the end. So this is a model of the marriage market. There are men and women, utility is transferable, and men and women are heterogeneous along cultural lines. So just, you know, in a very simple way, let's assume that for now, there are only 2 cultural groups. There are natives and immigrants. Okay, so it's there are 2 cultural traits, N and I. And potentially, you may see in the marriage market heterogeneous families. So families that are homogamous, where both spouses share the same culture, or heterogamous family where spouses share different cultural traits, do not share the same culture. So this is somehow a timing of the model. So agents enter into the marriage market and choose who to marry. So they choose whether to marry a spouse with a similar cultural background or not, forming expectations on marital utilities. So marital utilities are the sum of 2 components, a systematic component that relates to what happens inside the family, fertility, divorce, and socialization, and some idiosyncratic component capturing, you know, returns from marriage. Within marriage, spouses choose fertility, capital N. They update their knowledge on the quality of the marital union. So they observe theta, like a love shock. And according to theta, they choose whether to stay married or to divorce. And finally, conditional on the family type and the marital status, parents choose socialization investment. So this is somehow the optimal matching problem. It's very standard. What is interesting for us is how we write down the total marital utility. And for us, the total marital utility is written in the following way. So we assume that spouses enjoy their love, so utility is increasing in theta if they stay married. They enjoy having kids, so utility is increasing in N, but there is a cost of raising kids, so there is a quantity trade-off component. And there is also a quality dimension in the sense that children are evaluated at the expected socialization quality. So with that, I mean that parents have references over the cultural socialization of children. So what we assume is that parents care about socializing their children, but they are biased toward their own culture. So in notation, this means that the value V, HH, so the value that the parent of type H obtains if the child ends up to have his own same culture, so end up being of type H, is larger than the utility that the same parents of type H obtains if the child is at the end socialized to a different culture. And we assume that this difference is strictly greater than 0. And these delta V parameters are the parameters that we are going to estimate. Generally in the literature, they are called cultural intolerances, but yeah, essentially these are cultural distance preferences. And so another small note, so technically these are preferences of parents for children culture, but in fact we may interpret them as cultural preferences of a group versus of a cultural group versus another culture. So they represent the resistance of cultural integration or cultural acceptance. And we also assume that there are technologies, so culture is transmitted across generations by the society and via the family. So the social environment, and I'm thinking, for example, to teachers, role model, peers, contributes to the socialization of children in a way that is proportional to its representation. So if in the reference group there are a lot of individuals of type H, so QH, you know, the probability that the kids end up to have the trait H, it's higher. This component is exogenous. What is endogenous, in fact, are parental investments. So parents choose how much effort to invest in the socialization of children. And what we assume is that the father, the effort of the father increase the probability that the children is going to identify with his trait, and the effort of the mother increase the probability that the child identified with her trait. So this assumption implies that socialization technologies are family specific, and that's crucial for the model. This means that in homogamous families, so in family where both spouses share the same culture, they have the same incentive, so they benefit from coordinated socialization incentive. While in heterogamous families, parents do not share the same culture and they face conflicting incentive because everybody wants to transmit his own cultural trait. Okay, so they must somehow, there's a fight on what culture to transmit. So this implies that parents enjoy a more efficient socialization technologies if they are in an homogamous families. And simply because of this differential in socialization technologies, the model predicts gives a series of predictions that are in line with the stylized fact that we observe in the data. So predicts positive assortative mating, larger fertility for homogamous families, and larger stability for homogamous families compared to heterogamous one. So to move to the econometric part, we need some variation. So we extend the model. Now we are allowed to have 6 different minorities: European, other European, North African, Middle East, Sub-Saharan African minorities, East Asia, and Latin America. So essentially we group country of origins in 6 different blocks, and we consider regional variation. So now each region in Italy, which is a NUTS2 level, is a separate and a local marriage market. And identification exploit these 2 sources of processional variation. So in terms of the data, we have very rich data from the Italian National Statistical Institutes. On all these data are available through the Adele lab So we cannot have the data on our own computer. You have to go there and work there, but at the end, okay, it was worth to do it. So we have access to the universe of marriages, birth and separation occurred in Italy from 95 to 2012. So it's more or less 20 years of data. And these are very rich data. So we were able to match all this information one with the other. So matching all this information, basically we know the history of a family. We know that the family is formed, they have a first kid, potentially a second one, they divorce or not, and so on. So we have a sense of the dynamics of what happens to those families over time. On top of this, we have information from the census, which is the old population in Italy for 2001 and 2011. And we recovered the distribution of singles, so somehow the competition in the marriage market. We have population shares by ethnic group. And finally, we rely on a survey to have a proxy for socialization. And in particular, we'll use the language spoken at home by children as a proxy of socialization. So kids are socialized to the native culture if they speak Italian at home, or they are socialized to the language of to the culture of the father of the minority if they speak a foreign language at home. So it's a method of moment estimation, okay, and I go straight to the result. So here the A panel presents the distribution of preferences for the demand, so preferences of immigrants for different preference of different group of immigrants towards natives. And panel B instead present supply preferences, so the acceptance, the perceived distance of natives towards different minorities. So there are essentially three results from this. So cultural intolerance parameters are strictly greater than 0. So in the estimation, they are allowed to be 0. And what we find is that in fact, they are strictly greater than 0, meaning that immigrants focusing on demand have a strong demand, positive demand for maintaining their own identity, even though potentially somehow economic incentives, creates some trade-off, they still have a demand for maintaining their own cultural identity. And second, these parameters are heterogeneous across groups. So immigrants from North Africa and Middle East have a strong preference for maintaining their cultural identity compared to all other groups, followed by Sub-Saharan African minorities and East Asian minorities. So this means that the number here implies that a child that is integrated to the native culture for a North African parent is valued 65% less than a child that is socialized to the culture of the parents, while the same loss is only of 10% for a European parent. So it's huge, and this differences in preferences implies very different socialization investment, so different rates at which parents can socialize children. And as a third point, the matrix of parameter is largely asymmetric. So in general, demand preferences are lower compared to the supply, with the only exception of Latin American minorities. So Latin American minorities are more keen to maintain their identity compared to the natives' acceptance towards their own culture. So what I'm doing next is trying to show that these differences in preferences have implications for the dynamics of convergence. So what we do is we simulate our model over time. Okay, so essentially we take the distribution of the population as we observe it, and then given our estimates of our preference estimates, we take these men and women, we put them in the marriage market, we form marriages, then they have kids, these kids are socialized, and so we end up to observe a new distribution of cultural traits for the second generations. And then we do the same, and we go on up to 4 generations, okay? So what I show here on the horizontal axis, you see the initial conditions, so the first generation, and then, all the generation that we simulate. And on the vertical line, we have the share of each minorities in the population, and they are all normalized to 1 at T0. So this implies that any dot below 1 means that there is some convergence. Any dot above 1 means that there is some divergence. And these are our results. So what we show is that all minorities integrate to the Italian culture in the very long run, in the sense that they will all end up speaking Italian in 4 generations. And a lot of this convergence takes place at the very beginning. So we estimate that an integration rate of 75% in a period of a generation. But as you see, the pace of convergence is very heterogeneous across groups. So there are some groups that basically converge almost immediately in a generation period, while for others, the process of convergence is much lower. And there are essentially 3 mechanisms that explain these different patterns, preferences, and in particular, the relative importance of demand versus supply. So these explain the particular patterns of Latin America. But also there is a strong selection into marriages and fertility, which act as important socialization mechanisms. So they contribute to make some minorities able to sustain their culture longer in time. So in order to dig a little bit deeper into this mechanism, what we propose is to, and especially looking at demand and supply, we have different counterfactual when we propose some shock. So this is first a simulation of a supply shock. So now we set the cultural intolerance of natives toward minorities equal to 0. Okay. So now natives offer complete acceptance of immigrants' diversity. And in this case, what we show is that we have a remarkable persistence in cultural diversity in the long run. So essentially, we observe no integration of the second generation, which is able to be maintained also in the very long run. What is interesting here is that the mechanism comes from the fact that now, because Italians are fully accepting of immigrants' diversity, the socialization conflict that generally characterize intermarriages, now it's muted. So immigrants now, they do not face any bias in the marriage market if they want to marry a native. So at equilibrium, there is a huge increase in the number of intermarriages, but these intermarriages gives immigrants the possibility to socialize children still to their own identity. So this overall reduces integration. We then look at what happens in case of a demand shock. And so we consider an increase in the attachment of minorities to cultural identity. Okay, so it's an increase of 20%. So this can be seen as either an increase in the preferences of minorities for their culture, or a reduction, for example, in economic incentives to integration, to lower wages. So what we observe here is an acceleration of cultural convergence by 10%.
Just to say, if you could wrap up in 2 minutes, if you could wrap up in 2 minutes time.
So there is a cultural convergence by 10 percentage points with respect to the baseline. So the stronger attachment here, the stronger attachment of minorities to their identity makes marriage a riskier and a costlier investment. So the utility that they receive if they fail to socialize children to their own culture, it's significantly lower. Okay, so now entering an homogamous marriages gives you a lower gain in relative term compared to remain single. So immigrants now marry less and have fewer children, both in an homogamous but also in intermarriages. So this implies that while the probability that a child with an immigrant parent is integrated to the native culture is lower in this counterfactual, the fraction of the total population which belongs to the native culture is higher, simply because somehow the proportion of natives in the population remains constant. And what is changing is the proportion of immigrants. So just to wrap up, okay, these are somehow the same results. Finally, we also have some policy implication and welfare evaluation of contemporaneous and dynamic social welfare effect if we assume some segregation policies or policies where we strengthen the ethnic network of immigrant minorities. And just to conclude, so in this paper, we basically offer a new perspective to interpret cultural integration as an equilibrium outcome. And we show that how the dynamics of integration respond to variation both in demand and in supply. And these findings have in principle potentially novel implications for different immigration policies, well beyond across the board integration on the one side or restrictive closed ports, closing just border on the other. And let me stress that several of the results that we have, that we obtain, but not clearly emerge without an integrated equilibrium analysis. So yeah, that's essentially what we want to focus on. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Giulia. And with no further delays, let's pass to the discussant. So Alicia Adsera from Princeton would be discussing. So I'll just stop sharing Giulia's screen, and then if you have slides, Alicia, feel free to share them. You can do that. Yeah. Thanks a lot. And so I think 7 minutes for the discussion, and then the rest is the Q&A.
Oh, I unmute myself. Okay. Good morning, or good afternoon. I guess it's a morning in the US. Thank you. And this is actually an amazing paper. I have to say, Giulia did a wonderful job summarizing a lot. So there's, the first is a model, then the empirical part. So I just wanted to just show a little bit the main contributions. The setup is super nice. It's and showing a cultural integration as an equilibrium outcome, and it embeds both a collective household decision problem with fertility, divorce, socialization of children, and then a matching model in the marriage market. And it aims to identify, and that's something that Giulia was stressing, showing in these terms that finding these things as equilibrium, both a demand side, the idea of to preserve a cultural identity, a supply side, which may be related to anti-immigrant sentiments, political reactions. The empirical exercise is commendable, and the data set is amazing. They do this structural estimate very carefully, and they actually show 7 ethnic groups, which is very nice. The model is just set up with 2 groups, but then they make this extension to 7 groups, and each allows you to show all this heterogeneity, which is super neat, the graphs that she showed you. And then they study dynamics of the integration and show the heterogeneity. And at the end, they have these interesting simulations, and I would say some controversial policy implications. So I'm a little bit worried about some of the implications that they have the model, and we can talk about that. I don't know if I'll have time because I just have 7 minutes to get in there. But so my question is, what should I tell? Because the model as itself, on its own, everything is very neat and very tied up and nice. But I just want to talk a little bit about interpretations, mechanisms, some things that may be missing, and then also the language and whether this is a good measure or not of socialization. So let me go first a little bit about the interpretation. So we're talking about here culture-based socio-economic incentives, and that's what they write in the paper. But the economics are a little bit hiding somehow. And my question is, what is the labor market in here? We're talking about this dissociation between cultural preferences and economic incentives. And I guess the idea is that if natives are not ready to accept those immigrants, they are going to be not so friendly in the labor market. These people are going to find more barriers in the labor market, and that's where the labor market is. But it's not explicitly set up in a way that you could actually have people integrating in the labor market and still preserving the culture. So, I'm just thinking about some literature in immigration. So, for example, Steve Trejo has some work on whether people identify or not as Hispanics in the US. And actually, this is biased by their success in the economic market, for example. So they find third generation sometimes not saying they are Hispanic if they succeeded. Sometimes people saying they are Hispanic if they did not succeed. So the labor market mediates some of these things, and this is something important. The same thing, some sociologists like Alejandro Portes talk about segmented assimilation, where you find groups like the Cubans, they have their own culture, they have economic success, others they do not. So, this is something would be important to think about, what's the role of discrimination, skin color, and second generation. And also the other thing is Italy unique? So when I'm looking at these results, should I expect to see this the same in other places where the welfare state may be different and the labor market institutions may be different that produce other equilibriums and allow for more integration with a still no dilution of some of this cultural background? So that's the first thing, thinking about economics. In the same line, she talks about the preferences of parents to preserve cultural paternalistic altruism. And I wonder, is this paternalistic altruism? Should we talk about that in this way? I think about sometime when a few years ago in New York, there was this big uphill with many parents saying, we don't want our kids in the second language, English as second language. We want our kids in the mainstream as schools because we want the kids to fit in the society and access the labor market. So, this is an interpretation of how we think about parental altruism. Another thing is, you're just talking about intermarriage, but intermarriage itself is a form of integration. So it will be interesting to think about that as a form of integration. And if you think, for example, in status exchange theories in intermarriage markets, or some of the recent work of Jerome Ada looking at Eastern Europeans when they had access or not in the labor market and how this was an exchange arrangement to some extent, while the labor market was very different in access to Eastern Europeans, heterogamy may be a form of integration. And then also finally, talking about economic incentives, where is education in the story? Because these groups are very different across educations. You mentioned at the end in robustness that this is not going to be a big thing because you're going to use the differences in what the single outside option is as a way to somehow take care of education. But I know education is going to be affecting this intermarriage story, affecting cultural adaptability and assortative matching. So that's going to be a story on the prevalence of those marriages. Socialization technology. I thought this was very neat. I like very much the fact that you have the vertical and the horizontal socialization technology, but I have some questions about that. And my question is, we are thinking about some resources devoted to socialization, but what is the opportunity cost of those resources? You don't really have any other form of human capital or, direct investment. So my sense is that you're thinking, and that's how I'm interpreting, the fact that you are not investing in keeping your culture, indirectly you're investing in accessing the other culture. But it can be just, a free thing. You're just not doing anything, whereas we know that socialization may be costly when you're even trying to integrate children in local norms. It may be costly where you choose to locate because you're choosing the schools, the effort that you're putting. That's one part on the thinking about the opportunity cost. Also, this may revert into the education back because we know people who marry more also invest more on children. We have all this literature by Lundberg and Pollack. So how are you putting that into the picture? And finally, thinking about socialization, you're talking about ethnic enclaves at some point. So you can think about the socialization in this horizontal socialization mechanism you have, well, if you are in a society where more people are going to look like you, it's going to be cheaper for you to socialize these kids because there's going to be this random opportunity for the kids to actually access that cultural capital without you having to invest. Well, this is going to be maybe affected by how these people are segregated and by the ethnic enclaves. And you recognize that. We know residential location is endogenous. In the empirical specification, you allow a positive segregation bias that somehow allows this to take into account, but you're allowing that to be assumed the same for all groups. And we don't know this, not this is the case. Precisely also related, to some of this discrimination and to some of the other issues that I discussed at the beginning. So how important is going to be this interaction in the ethnic enclaves to really explain some heterogeneity in that. So language. So language, I'm a little bit skeptical about this as a measure of socialization. And, I've worked quite a bit on language, and I'm actually working on how language mediates the types of skills people use in the labor market. So the first question is, this will be endogenous, and we know from papers like Blickley and Chin that the age at arrival is going to mediate the acquisition of language, but this is going to itself mediate your intermarriage and your residential location that we know is going to affect socialization. So on that, I'm a little bit concerned. There are other things that are going to vary across these heterogeneity groups. That is going to be the age of the children, the fertility itself is going to affect the language, how it's preserved in the house. TB, extended family, we know, for example, Hispanics here in the US preserve a lot language because grandma is around, and residential segregation. Another thing will be language is not the same. Linguistic distance may matter, and that's how you may see some of this difference for Latin Americans. The difference of learning Italian for somebody who's a Spanish speaker is going to be much easier than if you're learning it from another language. And so that's going to be something that is going to play a role. Also, bilingual children, we know in the data that actually do very well in educational labor market. So what's wrong on preserving so do you have any way to measure that? Some kids who still preserve that because there's an effort of the parents that in fact that effort is maybe correlated to human capital investment on another end. So that may be diverse, there may be a variance across education of the parents playing in this, how this bilingual plays in the upper end may be actually a positive thing. And then the size of the family. We know siblings play a role. We know for Fernandez Fogli and from demographic literature that they have an independent impact on fertility and other things. In your model, the way you set up the preference structure, socialization is independent of the size of the family of N and only depends on the quality through divorce. What do you think about that? Do you think the size itself may be affecting that preservation of language? In terms of your empirical estimates, I was a bit concerned about what do you do with cohabitants?
Sorry, Alicia.
I'm done.
If you could just wrap up a minute.
Let me give one more slide. So one thing is cohabitants versus married. I'm confused about first, second generation because you talk about minority groups, but I don't know how you control whether first or second. And then there's a set of identification assumptions that I will just send you the slides that, they are important for you to be able to estimate the model, but I can think about different important things that may be driving some of the results that are embedded in some of this identification. The regional differences are important, for example, in terms of cost for fertility, childcare, labor market structure, so on and so forth. And then, gender differences would be something important that may vary across some of these groups. And then, let me just wrap. I'll send you this thing. Finally, the policy implications. I'm a little bit concerned about and I would like you to tell me something about that. Where are the economic incentives there? And in the reduction of the economic incentives means we have to discriminate. In fact, this may be backlashing. We can see that, for example, in some of the sub-Saharan groups and North African groups in France. Exclusion from the labor market worsen things. Okay.
Thanks, Alicia, for the discussion. And maybe we have a couple of minutes to take questions from the audience, if there is one. Otherwise, I just want to basically just reiterate the last point on the discussion, or maybe Alicia wants to make this point a little bit more in detail about the policy implications and the counterfactual, and then we'll let Giulia respond a little bit more. But let me first see if there is any question here on the chat. I think there is. Okay, so there is one question. So maybe Giulia can take all those questions together. So
yeah.
The question is, why do you feel that Latin Americans would hold on to their culture longer than others? So what could be your explanation? Could it be because of Catholic religion or some other norms, let's say machismo or strength of family unit upbringing? So what are the reasons that you could, right? And is this holding against against integration a good or a bad thing in terms of, let's say, from an efficiency, from a welfare point of view? So I guess if you want to answer this question together with Alicia's discussion for a couple of minutes, and then we will move on. Thanks.
Okay, so I will start from the Latin America, just because the result is explained by the fact that there is that's the only group that have a relative supply, a relative demand that it's larger than supply. So these minorities have a stronger attachment to their identity compared to the acceptance of natives. So they want to maintain their Latin American minority, and somehow Italians are fine with that. So they accept it. And there are a lot of intermarriages of Italian men with Latin American women. So that's essentially the empirical moments that drive these preferences. So overall, what you see is that in some of these, the implication is that in some of these marriages, Italians are fine if kids speaks a little bit of Spanish at home, and this somehow sustain their ability to allows these minorities to sustain their culture longer. So it's this relative importance of demand versus supply. And then thank you very much for all the discussion. I mean, it's very rich, and if you can send me the slides, I will really appreciate. I can answer some of the points. So where is labor market? I mean, there is no labor market. So we wanted to focus on cultural integration and be very clear on that. But we have to admit that potentially there are different incentives. It can be economic incentives that are potentially driving, lowering the demand of immigrants. So at the end, what you estimate, it's a compound effect of culture trading off economic incentive or legal status incentive, which is the other paper you mentioned by Jerome. So there is nothing about that, but it's a compound. So we wanted to be explicit on what are the estimates that we think we are presenting. So it's true that some people are looking at heterogamy per se as a form of integration. So in our model, essentially, the number of intermarriages is contributing to estimate how important are cultural differences. So if I observe that a minority is completely, if there are a lot of intermarriages of a minority group with Italians, I will estimate essentially very low cultural intolerance of this group. So these are some of the moments that are contributing to estimate somehow preferences for integration, but then the dynamics of integration is a result of different factors, not just that. And we wanted to have that. Certainly education is something that is not part of the paper because we wanted to keep it as simple as possible. I mean, introducing education, it means having a multidimensional matching model. It's much more complicated. What we argue is that there are papers, for example, the paper of Jerome on it's a multidimensional matching model. And what we see is that even though accounting for educational preferences, still cultural preferences are huge. So I think that even if we include that, I mean, they are not taking off our main results. Language, I mean, there is we try to discuss a bit this choice of language. We try to correlate language choices with other dimensions of integration. So kids that are speaking Italian at home seems to be more performing better in school, having better, larger network with native kids, both within the school, outside the school. So we try to see whether, it's a completely, it's somehow correlated with other integration measure, and we find that. Of course, it's one measure. It's not a compound on anything, but at least it's clear on what it is. So I was a bit skeptical of having a principal component analysis on many things, but that's a choice. So we try to argue that it's not the best, certainly, but probably the best we end up to think about. Cohabitations, we have some data on the census, but these are only legal marriages, so we don't have information on cohabitations. I mean, especially at the beginning of the period, I don't think it's a major concern because in the 90s, at the end of the 90s, I mean, cohabitation were not so so frequent, and especially for minorities. So probably I'm underestimating the number of native couples, but not the one of immigrants. And I think I've done. Yeah.
All right. I think I think the discussion is very rich, and I think obviously would have taken much more time to engage with that discussion more thoroughly. So perhaps I will leave that for some more, let's say, discussion later on.
Thank you.
Through other channels. So let's thanks a lot for both Giulia and Alicia for this interesting discussion and exchange of ideas. And then let's move now to the next paper in the session, which is we've perturbed the order, which is by Vikram, Maheshri, and Claudio, Deiana, and Giovanni Mastrobuoni, which is Migration at Sea, Unintended Consequences of Search and Rescue Operations. Again, the same drill, 20 minutes for the presentation, and then we pass to a 7-minute discussion by Tommaso, Frattini, and then Q&A from the audience. So, Vikram, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. Can you see everything, the slides? Great. So thanks to the organizers for putting this together and giving us an opportunity to share this research. So just to give some context that everybody here is probably familiar with, especially given the talks yesterday, there's about 500,000 migrants who are ready to leave Libyan shores on any given day to get to Europe, and the central Mediterranean route is the deadliest water crossing in the world. So from 2009 to 17, over 11,000 people died in transit there. And what's really remarkable is that these flows are only expected to increase in the future because of high African population growth and kind of the push factors of desertification. And what really kind of drives this point home to me is that in the next 50 years, the population growth in sub-Saharan Africa is going to be about 5 times what it was in Latin America over the past 50 years. So as an American who kind of intuitively thinks in terms of the US-Mexico border, this is just much a bigger push right here. And I think we can all agree that countries and international organizations, they've really struggled to respond to this problem, this humanitarian issue, and it's clearly fueled anti-immigration sentiments and changed the politics, European politics, quite a bit. So as an extremely high-level overview of what of the interventions that we're thinking about, basically Italy and Europe initially responded with search and rescue operations. I'll call them SAR from now on. And these moved kind of closer to the Libyan shore, and at times they were pulled back, and at times they went closer again. Later on, the EU took over search and rescue operations, and various NGOs have further expanded these operations. And our basic question is, have these operations been successful? But this is a really hard question to answer because it's not obvious how to even define success. It depends on who you ask. I would say in order from sort of most contentious to least contentious to most contentious, success would mean ceteris paribus. It would mean fewer deaths, safer passage, maybe fewer illegal crossings. But we're not going to take a stand on what exactly it means. We're just going to see to what extent can we say what SAR, what search and rescue did to these different metrics. So search and rescue operations are hard to evaluate because even if we could agree on a metric of success, it's really hard to determine the counterfactual number of crossings or deaths in the absence of these operations. And the reason being is these operations, what's happening is we're observing the outcome of a strategic equilibrium between rescuers who are deciding where to patrol and how intensely to patrol, migrants who are deciding whether they should go, how much they should spend, and smugglers who are deciding when they should leave and what kind of boats they should offer. So there's just a lot of moving parts here. Extra legal activities are just difficult to measure. We can observe the number of people who attempt to cross, deaths, and crossing conditions, with the caveats that, say, Francesco brought up. There's a bias in detection, that kind of measurement error, and so on. We incompletely observe the type of vessel that's used for crossing, and we don't observe prices or other market characteristics whatsoever. Certainly not at the level that we would like to observe them. And they're also hard to evaluate because there's just not that much observable variation in these operations. Even just finding out when these operations started and stopped, according to the official statute, was a huge amount of work, just making requests to governments and things like that. And that kind of neglects the real heterogeneity in where the boats are at any given point in time, who they're looking for, are they responding to calls? That kind of stuff is just not observable. And so one empirical approach to trying to evaluate SAR would be to compare crossings and deaths in periods when it's in place with periods when it's not. I'll call this the naive approach. And the drawbacks of this are clear. There's no contemporaneous counterfactual available, and there's not a whole lot of variation in search and rescue periods. So this is unlikely to yield any causal estimates that we would feel confident about. In this paper, we're going to take an alternative approach, and we're going to our analysis is going to start with the idea that search and rescue operations affect smuggling by reducing the crossing risk, ceteris paribus. That's the whole point of these operations, to make it safer. But what's also happening all the time are these plausibly exogenous mini events, and that's basically changing sea conditions. The crossing conditions, the waves, the tides, that kind of stuff, are changing quite substantially at a very high frequency. And so we're going to try to see the extent to which responsiveness to changing sea conditions reveals information about migrants and smugglers' strategic decisions. And that could be a clue to trying to understand what search and rescue operations are doing, their decisions as well. And this has the benefit of being these crossing conditions, they change at a very high frequency, and they're also quite well measured relative to everything else. Just to preview our findings, we are going to find that search and rescue operations induced more crossings. And they induced smugglers to shift their operations from safer wooden boats to unsafe, flimsy, inflatable boats, usually. And our model is going to imply that the vast majority of those crossings that were induced by search and rescue operations, these new crossings were in fact induced on these unsafe boats. And as a result of that, sort of the ceteris paribus safety benefits of search and rescue were offset by this shift. And it likely increased the crossing risk, where if you think of crossing risk as the average chance that a migrant will perish on the journey. So this is, let me be very clear right now, this is not to say that we're not concluding that these operations were bad. From a welfare perspective, it's likely that they were quite good, in the sense that the winners of this were these large numbers of additional migrants who were induced across. They were winners in this, even though they faced a higher risk. So the implication of this is not that search and rescue operations are bad and they should be ceased. By no means are we saying that. It's just that we got to think a little more carefully about this. So it's this classic kind of Peltzman effect, risk offsetting going on, and we have to take that into account when we try to think about how we want to deal with this humanitarian crisis. So the data we use this novel restricted data on daily crossings from the Italian State Police. And this doesn't have information on the place of departure for migrants, but it has information on the numbers and when these migrants arrived onto Italian shores. We also have data on deaths in transit, which we make from combining information from a variety of different data sources. So we cross-reference these, and together the successful crossing attempts and the deaths in transit, we're going to argue that that's a pretty good proxy for attempted crossings. We also use data on weather and tidal conditions from the European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasts and Israeli Marine Data Center. And we collected information on the timing and intensity of various search and rescue operations from a series of formal requests and combing through government documents. And when I say intensity, largely what we could find was sort of the statutory budget. And as discussed yesterday, that's problematic for certain reasons as well. But the end result of this is a daily data set that's robustly cross-referenced. And daily is key because we're using high frequency variation to identify our effective interest. So just to summarize, this is a picture you saw yesterday, crossings and deaths on the central route. And so here, the bars show crossings into Italy, and the little red thing is Malta. And the line shows deaths. And it's kind of overlaid with different operations. The blue is Operation Hermes, the red is Mare Nostrum, and then the greens are Triton 1 and Triton 2. And so roughly, there was a decrease in the intensity of patrolling in Triton 1 and a big increase in Triton 2, and there's variation throughout all this time. But the fact that we don't see a huge decoupling of this deaths line and the crossings line is sort of suggestive that these search and rescue operations didn't make things dramatically safer, at the very least. I mean, a lot of other things are going on. This is not the smoking gun proof or anything, but it's certainly suggestive. For data on crossing conditions, we're going to measure crossing conditions using significant wave height. And this is a combination of wind, wave, and swell of the highest. We're going to use significant wave height for the highest tercile of waves that are experienced in the open waters. And this is commonly used in the navigation literature, which we had to familiarize ourselves with a little bit. And it follows something called a Rayleigh distribution. And this ends up being convenient to us because shipwrecks are likely to be caused by only the very largest waves. The average wave is not what's important. It's more of a large one. And the likelihood that waves are bigger than any given threshold, we can sort of approximate linear, well, not exactly linearly, but we can approximate in this way. And that's going to be nice for our empirical specification. And we also observe, so this is in a sub period. Our sample period is from 2009 to 2017, but for part of that, from 2013 to 2017, we also observe the types of vessels that were used, although incompletely. And so what you see is early on, the bars, there's way less red. Those are inflatable boats. And sort of the yellow and the blue are the sturdier boats. And early on, there's quite a bit of substitution between these boats. The amount of substitution between those boats goes way down after Triton 2 in this period, in the later period. And that's when search and rescue operations become much more intense and move much more closer to Libyan shores. And just to get you an idea of what we're talking about, this is a picture of an unsafe boat. And we got this off of Alibaba because anecdotally, a lot of the boats that are used are bought by smugglers from China off of Alibaba. And in practice, there wouldn't be 20 vacationers on a boat like that. In practice, there would be, on that size boat, we'd be looking at like over 100 migrants on a boat like that. And when we say a safe boat, this is what we mean by a safe boat. So not like a luxury liner or anything like that. It's wooden. So it's not going to deflate in the middle of the ocean. So that's what you should have in your mind. Okay, so I want to start with by presenting this model. And this model is going to be how we're going to identify, using wave conditions, these effects of search and rescue operations. So I'm just going to give a kind of a stripped down version of what's going on. We're going to assume there's a unit mass of potential migrants, and their utility is given by just the sort of the benefits of crossing minus the cost of crossing. And the benefits of crossing are given by alpha I, which is some measure of their desire to cross. That's what we can think of it as, times the sigma. And the sigma is the probability of making a successful passage. And importantly, the sigma is indexed by B, which is the type of boat used, R, whether there's rescue operations in place or not, and W, which are the waves or the crossing conditions at the time of crossing. And then PB is the price it costs to cross on that boat. And so all the heterogeneity in the migrants is loaded onto this alpha I parameter. And what we can do, we can think about, we're going to make some assumptions on this sigma, and that's going to capture all the interesting things about boat technology. And so the crossing technologies, we're going to make some very benign assumptions here. First, we're going to assume that unsafe boats are more dangerous than safe boats in any conditions. That seems quite reasonable. We're going to assume that unsafe boats are more susceptible to bad conditions. So they get, the probability of successful passage goes down more on an unsafe boat than a safe boat. And we're also going to assume that rescue operations are going to help unsafe boats more than safe boats. So it's going to make both more likely to be successful, but it's going to improve the chances on unsafe boats by more than on safe boats. Okay, so given these, and then we're also going to model the supply side. There's some cost of providing a passage on either of these boats, and we're going to assume that the cost of providing a safe boat passage is greater than on an unsafe boat. And we're going to consider two cases, two polar cases, one where there's perfect competition, prices are equal to costs, and two, when there's a monopolist smuggler who's setting these prices to maximize profits. The reality is clearly somewhere in between there. So the nice thing about this setup is we can pretty easily, pretty cleanly look at and determine who's going to take which boat. So like I said, the heterogeneity is all in this alpha I parameter, the intensity of the migrant's desire to cross. And there's basically an ordering on this alpha I, whereby above, for very high alpha I, migrants are going to take safe boats. For intermediate alpha I's, they're going to take unsafe boats. And for low alpha I's, they're going to take no boat. And these thresholds are determined by the prices and by how safe the boats are to take. And so you can already see what's going to happen when there's waves or search and rescue. It's going to perturb these denominators, and that's going to change the total number of crossings and the breakdown between safe and unsafe boats. And we can characterize under perfect competition, under those assumptions on crossing technology and perfect competition, implementing search and rescue operations is going to increase the total number of crossings and attempts on unsafe boats, decrease attempts on safe boats. It's going to have an ambiguous effect on total crossing risk, and it's going to make total attempted crossings more elastic to crossing conditions. And as a corollary, and this is going to be crucial to our identification, number 3 implies number 1. So if we see that total attempted crossings become more elastic to crossing conditions, that's going to imply an increase in total attempted crossings. Okay.
So Vikram, just because I'm a bit cautious about the time, there are 5 minutes left. So if you could.
5 minutes. Okay. I will speed up. So what we see here is we can do the same thing with monopolist smuggler. We get the similar results. And this is an important figure that I want to talk about. That the effects of search and rescue on crossing risk are going to be ambiguous. So if this is the net crossing risk, the probability that you die in passage, as a function of how likely it is a safe boat crosses, it's going to have this shape. And because if we find that sigma u is much smaller than sigma s, that is, unsafe boats are much less safe than safe boats, we're likely to be in this region right here towards the left. So small increases in sigma u that would be generated from search and rescue operations are likely to increase net crossing risk and thereby making it more deadly. Okay, so our empirical strategy is we want to see if crossing attempts respond to crossing conditions, and we want to see if these responses vary depending on rescue operations and the availability of boats, inflatables. And from the model, it suggests that we should estimate a Poisson model. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And I'm going to skip some things and go straight to the, what we're doing, like I said, is we're just going to perturb these thresholds. And I'm going to go straight to the results. That what we find here is that depending on how we define what an unsafe boat is, whether it's inflatable or unknown boats, or inflatable, unknown, and other boats, a 10% increase in wave height at time t decreases crossings between 5 and 9% at baseline. So clearly they are responding to crossing conditions when they're deciding when to leave. But crossings go down by an extra 25 to 39% during search and rescue operations. And so that's kind of strong evidence in favor of what we were talking about earlier. So what can we learn with this model? Well, if we call theta the relative safety on an unsafe boat versus a safe boat, we can use these parameters right here, these coefficients, we can use those to identify this theta. And I should say we can identify it up to the price ratio, which we don't observe. And what we find is that there's sort of a new counterfactual crossing threshold under search and rescue operations where you eliminate unsafe boats. And this is a it's sort of a convex combination of those two thresholds I showed you before. And it's much closer to the safe threshold than the unsafe threshold. And so what that implies is that much more than 76% of search and rescue induced crossings were on unsafe boats. We can't put a number on that, but we can bound it that it's more than 76%. And just how unsafe are these flimsy boats? Well, for different price differentials, we can sort of back out what that theta is. And so here, this 0.5 means that safe boats, a safe passage costs 50% more than an unsafe passage, all the way to it costs 3 times more. And based on anecdotes from reporters, we think it's 2.5 to 3 times more expensive passage on a safe boat than an unsafe boat. And that implies, depending on which of our estimates you want to use, that's going to imply that unsafe boats are about 5% as safe boats. So you're much less likely, you're much more likely to perish on an unsafe boat than a safe boat. And if you recall, what that implies is that sort of an increase, search and rescue operations, we're going to be on that increasing part of that curve, and search and rescue operations are going to increase net crossing risk. What we also do is we also extend to the entire sample period 2009 to 2017. In this case, we don't observe the boat type, but we have a much longer time, and we can look at many more operations. And we make some assumptions that search and rescue is homogeneous within these official search and rescue periods. We make assumptions on the timing of journey and also on where journeys are leaving from. And when we do this, we find sort of this elasticity of crossing attempts to crossing conditions. It goes down in the most intense, under the most intense search and rescue operations, which is consistent with what we found before. We do a number of data-driven exercises where we say, you know what, we don't know if official search and rescue operation periods are actually, they could be misclassified. So we do a series of structural break tests to try to see, if we just looked at the data, where would the data tell us that search and rescue operations were in place? And we also allow for heterogeneity in the journey length and whatnot. And we get a picture that looks something like this. So if we just looked at the data and tried to back out when are search and rescue operations in place, we would conclude that they're in place, likely to be in place here, here, and here. And it sort of matches up with the statutory periods as well, which is nice. And I don't have time to get into the details of this, but basically we were able to match those.
Sorry, Vikram, I think the time is almost up, so you could just...
Let me just get right to the conclusion then. So well-intentioned policymakers who are motivated to take action, they face a real dilemma here. And our work isn't providing a clear guide, but it's certainly evidence that migrants and smugglers are facing, migration and smuggling are strategic choices and faced by thoughtful agents. And kind of the one way to break out of this dilemma is some kind of intervention that reduces demand for irregular migration. And that would either be improving conditions in home countries or providing a legal alternative to irregular migration. And unfortunately, those are very difficult to implement and politically difficult as well. But thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Vikram, for this interesting talk. And now let's hear a discussion from Tommaso Frattini. So, Tommaso, you can share your screen.
Yeah.
Give you slides. And 7 minutes for a discussion, and so as to keep it in time, and then questions if the audience has questions.
Okay. All right. Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks for the presentation, and thanks for inviting me to this discussion. So, so the paper develops a model of irregular migration to study the effects of search and rescue operations on sea crossings and risk of death. And it is based on a rich collection of detailed daily data on crossings and on daily sea conditions for the period between 2009 and 2017 in the Central Mediterranean. And this data is used to test some of the implications of the theoretical model. The main conclusions, as Vikram was saying, are that smugglers respond to search and rescue operations by sending out boats in worse weather conditions and using less seaworthy boats. So basically, the smugglers respond to increasing search and rescue operation by increasing the risk of crossing itself, ex ante, and this shift leads to an increasing number of crossings, which, at least in part, would offset the safety effects of search and rescue operations. So this is, in a nutshell, the main conclusions of the paper. So let me first state clearly what I like most about this paper. So I think this is a very timely paper because that's a clearly very relevant topic. It's a very ambitious paper because it tackles a very important question, and it does so with a huge machinery that they have to develop to try and answer a very complicated question. It's well written, and it's incredibly relevant. I also like the clever strategy that the authors take by mixing the theory. So they don't develop a fully structural model, but they mix a theoretical model with empirical insights that allow them to overcome some of the huge data limitations and the lack of a neat identification strategy, because it's very hard to construct a proper counterfactual. And I also like, I'm very sympathetic with the ultimate policy implication of the paper, which is, and I quote, that addressing these issues, so the issue of deaths at sea of migrants, will require interventions that reduce demand for illegal migration. And that means that the EU could facilitate safe legal migration from home countries to the EU. So I think that ultimately this is the only true policy that would work if we want to, if the objective is actually to save migrants' lives. So having said this, I believe there are a few critical points, and I'm trying to highlight some in the rest of my discussion. So first of all, something that Vikram touched only briefly in the presentation, and also it's touched only briefly in the paper, is the measurement error that is inherent in the measurement of crossings. So it is, of course, very difficult today to obtain data on irregular migration, and therefore the paper proxies the number of attempted crossings. So that's the variable that they would like to measure so the number of attempted crossings is proxied with the detected arrivals on Italian shores, plus the recorded deaths in transit. So this means that there's some numbers that are left out of this. So first of all the arrivals in Malta are excluded. That's probably not a big deal. It also excludes all the interception by the so-called Libyan Coast Guard, and that's also probably not a big deal. It is a big deal only in the more recent years, not at the beginning of the sample period. But what I find more problematic is that this measure excludes all the undetected arrivals and deaths. And that's, of course, so that's something that's inevitable to some extent, but it is problematic because the detection probability is a function of search and rescue operations. So more boats you have in sea, the more likely you are to actually detect migrants. So it is endogenous to both the existence of search and rescue operation, and it is endogenous most likely also to weather conditions. So these are precisely the two variables of interest in the paper. And I would like to see these discussed more in detail. So I think you should try and give us a sense of how this detection, the problem with measurement affects your estimates in what direction. And this should be discussed much more, I believe, because it's a critical issue. Second point is that you essentially ignore the existence of a EUNAVFOR-MED Operation Sophia. So Operation Sophia is another operation that you, of course, acknowledge in the paper that exists, but then do not really engage with it. And yet, I think that this is especially problematic. Why? Because Operation Sophia was operative from May 2015 until March 2020. So basically, the operation was overlapping partly with the Triton 2, which is one of the operations that you deal with. And the key issue with the Operation Sophia is that it is with Operation Sophia that the EU adopted an explicit measure of destroying migrants' boats. So basically, the EU then gave the mandate to destroy migrants' boats intercepted in the sea. And the destruction of migrants' boats that's perpetrated by EU officials is typically regarded as one of the main drivers of the shift towards cheaper but less seaworthy vessels on the part of the smugglers. And in fact, that is totally consistent with the data that you observe, with what you report in the paper, where you show that especially the start of Triton 2 operations, inflatable boats become the main vessel used by smugglers. And Triton 2 starts exactly when Operation Sophia starts. So the two overlap, and the fact that there was this important policy change on the EU side may interact with your results. Couple of additional points in the 30 seconds that I have left. So first of all, there's the role of NGOs that you mentioned only briefly, and it's so if you look at the debate, especially in Italy, that's kind of important, because right now the NGOs, or in recent years, NGOs have been the main search and rescue actors, and there's a heated political debate on their role. You don't deal with this in the paper, but perhaps actually it would be very useful if you were engaging with the role of NGOs, because the number of NGO boats that are at sea at any given point in time varies for exogenous reasons to some extent. So it is, because it's so politically sensitive, the governments from time to time basically ban NGOs from operating, with like creating legal problems that are very often not real, just to keep them out of sea. So basically the intensity of search and rescue operations varies for reasons that are argued exogenous from migratory pressure. So it would be interesting to exploit perhaps this kind of variation. And lastly, and then I promise I finish in 15 seconds, you mentioned the trolley problem in your conclusions. And that's of course a very complicated issue. So on the one hand, and I'm quoting, you say the setting a migrant to sea seems to be an obvious decision. However, when you weigh that against the many potential migrants who might be encouraged to undertake such a treacherous passage in the future, complicates this decision immensely. And I agree with the statement. However, I think that if you are in the policymaker's shoes, and you have to decide whether you want to sponsor search and rescue operations or not, you actually are not clearly facing this trade-off as simple, as plain and simple as you put it, but there is a huge degree of uncertainty that should be acknowledged. So I basically have the choice of whether contribute to saving lives today with certainty, if I do search and rescue operations now, against the risk of potentially generating future deaths through the responses of smugglers and potential migrants. So even if these two effects were completely offsetting each other, should we not give some more weight to what happens with certainty related to what may happen with some uncertainty? Okay, thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Tommaso, for the discussion. And I don't see questions hanging around on the chat. And so I suppose, unless Vikram wants to respond to something very fervently, my inclination would be to move to the next presentation. Vikram, do you?
No, I think thanks for the discussion. I appreciate it, and I guess we can chat offline. We have a little more time. But if you could send those slides, I'd appreciate that.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot to both Vikram and Tommaso for this discussion and the presentation. And we move now to the next paper in the program, which concludes this session. And that's the paper by Sarah Schneider-Strawczynski, sorry for mispronunciation, from PSC. And the paper is on rival guests or defiant hosts, the local economic impact of hosting refugees, and its joint work with Cyprien Batut. And 20 minutes, again, the same, and then the discussion would follow.
Okay, so thank you. So today's paper, entitled Rival Guests or Defined Hosts, the Economic Impact of Refugee Hosting, will talk about the local impact of hosting refugees. And by hosting refugees, I mean the opening of refugee housing centers in French municipalities. So the cost for welcoming asylum seekers and refugees is often used in the backlash against immigration discourse. So here you can see a tweet of the leader of the far-right party in France saying, we welcomed a considerable number of migrants and now those without a house are in the streets because there is no more space in emergency housing centers. So she is invoking this cost in crowding out against immigration. And when you think about the potential cost of hosting refugees, there are several. There is the accommodation cost per se, which amounted to 0.3% of the French state budget in 2018. There are costs coming from what we would call the refugee rivalry, that is that refugees may compete with natives over the sharing of scarce resources, such as jobs or public goods. And finally, there could be also costs coming from natives' response to the arrival of refugees, so what we will call native defiance, with, for instance, a voice strategy with protest, crime against migrants, which would have a social cost. And also there could be an exit strategy, a segregation strategy with, for instance, natives leaving localities that host refugees, so a native flight, or also natives moving less into municipalities that host refugees, so a native avoidance phenomena. So to address this cost, the French government implements a dispersal policy in order to spread the burden of hosting refugees over the national territory. So here you can see a map with the localization of all the centers in 2018. And these are small-scale centers that amounts to 0.3% of the local population on average. And I will detail the dispersal policy right after. So the research question we try to answer in this paper are, first, what is the impact of receiving small inflows of refugees on the local population? And to answer this question, we will actually look at changes in population, because we believe that it can be a good indicator of a local population's response to the opening of a refugee housing center. So as Thierry said in his seminal paper, because people vote with their feet. And so we could observe either a native flight, people leaving hosting municipalities, or a native avoidance, that would be native avoiding to move into hosting municipalities. And then we will try to explain what are the channels that can explain this change in population. Is it a refugee rivalry story because of an increased competition on the labor market, a degradation of the living environment, or is it due to a native's response that is not motivated by the rivalry, but rather by their own prejudice over hosting migrants? And finally, the last step of the paper will be to measure the economic consequences of this population impact on firms' activity, municipalities' revenues, and an aggregate welfare cost. So in our paper, we exploit the opening between 2004 and 2012 of 98 refugee housing centers in French municipalities. So we perform an event-by-event analysis over 4 years using the spatial allocation and the timing of the housing center opening. And we will look at the impact on the population. But in order to circumvent for the lack of precise and regular census data, we will use two proxies. First, the resident employee population, which has a great advantage of being monthly data. And second, the number of fiscal households, in order to show that our results are also robust for a non-working population. And here a preview of the results. So we will find that following the opening of a refugee housing center in a municipality, there is a decrease of up to 2% of the population. And we provide supportive evidence that this is due to a native avoidance story, that is that prospective newcomers come less to hosting municipality. And however, we do not see any evidence of a native flight. And we show that this native avoidance phenomena is not likely to be driven by a labor supply shock or by a surge in criminality. And finally, we find evidence that this change in population may cause a decrease in local economic activity and also an aggregate cost. Okay. So we use data that the French Ministry of the Interior provided with all the centers that host asylum seekers, refugees, and beneficiaries of the subsidiary protection. We have information on the type of centers, the operators, the date of opening, and the precise address of the center. So the centralized opening process. So the government, to implement these dispersal policies, the government launches regular regional project calls to create refugee housing centers to which social housing landlords and national and local NGO apply to open and run the centers. And importantly, municipalities or local political power have no say in the process and are not even informed of the process. But what we have to be careful about in that context are two things. First, how does the government select a winning project with respect to its location? And second, how do social housing landlords and national and local NGOs select which project in which location to submit as a proposal? So the government will select winning proposal with respect to a selection grid that has three main criteria: the architectural aspects, the quality of the project and the future operator, and the funding modalities of the centers. And importantly, there were no criteria for the housing centers localization. On the social housing landlords and NGO side, with actors of the sectors, we know that they mainly try to obtain as many points as possible on this selection grid, and that the localization of the housing center was never a big concern and was mainly driven by the availability of a building that would be rentable for about 15 years or that was already owned by the NGOs. Because usually there are social housing landlords work for different kind of public. And also they provided us with some anecdotal evidence that they usually recycle unsuccessful proposal. So they don't change the place, they just change some point, for instance, the funding modalities, etc. And I want to disclose here that unfortunately the data on rejected proposal does not exist, so we cannot use it as a control group. And also because we are looking at 98 opening, if we just focus on these municipalities, so only on the treated municipalities, we wouldn't have enough statistical power. For the data on population, we use payroll tax data in order to create a monthly panel with the number of people living in the town and working in the town. We also complement this information with information on households from income tax data. And for the economic data, we use the Ficus Fair data set for the firms, and we use data from the French Treasury on local taxes collection. So for the event-by-event analysis, what we do is that we compare the outcome trend 2 years before and after the opening of a center between hosting and non-hosting municipalities within a same commuting zone. So we do this event-by-event analysis over 49 months with event time fixed effect, municipality fixed effect, and standard errors clustered at the municipality level. So the estimated effect will measure the average deviation of hosting municipalities relative to their commuting zone trends after the opening. So there are two identification hypotheses. The first one is a stable unit treatment value assumption, that is that the opening in one municipality should not affect control municipalities. So what we do to alleviate concerns about spillovers is that we will always present also the result of a second specification where we use as a control group a matched sample of municipalities outside the commuting zone. And also in our preferred estimation of the event-by-event analysis, we control for time-varying effects that vary also according to the distance to the hosting municipality in the spirit of the Clark paper. The second identification hypothesis is the parallel trend assumption, which states that the outcome trend in the control municipality should be a good estimate of what would have happened without the opening in the treated municipality. So here on this graph, you can see the raw data, and you can see that the divergence between hosting and non-hosting municipality really starts after the opening of the refugee housing center. So let's move to the result. So we find that the opening of a refugee housing center will entail 2% decline in the local population in our preferred specification, which is the event-by-event analysis with controlling for spillovers, which means that there would be for one place in a refugee housing center, there would be 3 to 6 less natives. And on average, a housing center is composed of 66 humanitarian migrants. And we obtained the same result with the number of fiscal households. Here you can see the dynamic of the effects. So here is in the event analysis specification. So we extended to 3 years before the treatment. So you can see that really the divergence between hosting and non-hosting municipality happens actually more 1 to 3 years after the opening of a refugee housing center. You can see also the dynamic for the matching specification. I'm just gonna show you the long-term results. So here you see we extend on the other side. So 3 years after the opening of the refugee housing center, and you can see that actually the effects is mostly happening at least after 1 year and up to 2.5 years after the opening of the refugee housing center. So then we see this decline in population, and this decline in population could be either due to an increase in outflows from the municipalities or to a decrease in inflow. And we find, so we do the difference, and we find that actually the effect comes from a decrease in inflow. So this is a native avoidance story. That is that prospective newcomers come less to hosting municipalities compared to non-hosting municipalities. And then what could explain this native avoidance phenomenon? First, we—
just to give you a heads up, in about 5 minutes, if you could conclude, thank you.
Yeah. So there could be a refugee rivalry story, but we find no evidence that this is driven by a shock on the labor market. We find no significant effect on criminality. And that's why we show that this might be more a native defiant story, because when we look, for instance, at retiree households, they are equally affected. So this is a non-working population. We find that richer households are more affected, which also makes sense because they would have more relocation choices. And this shows that prospective newcomers would value negatively the presence of a refugee center. And actually this native avoidance, so this reaction of natives, is likely to have an economic cost in itself because the avoiders are potential consumers and taxpayers. And indeed, we find that there are some local economic consequences on the activity of firms that is decreasing, and also on the revenues of the municipalities that are decreasing, mainly through taxes on property, and that is decreasing. We also use spatial general equilibrium model and find a negative aggregate welfare cost. So to conclude, so in this paper, we find that opening a refugee center decreases the local population by 1 to 2% because of native avoidance and not a native flight. And So we find that this effect is really driven by the natives, and that this reaction of native can also generate a local and aggregate economic impact of the center opening. And we can also extract two policy take-up. First, the dispersal policy seems to address the refugee rivalry quite well, because we find little evidence of a competition effect nor of an impact on public order. And second, there is an economic incentive to address natives' prejudice over refugee hosting, as their population response can generate negative economic consequences.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for the interesting presentation and the very rich data and model that you've presented us. I think in terms of time, we're doing fairly okay. And so this means that your discussant, Maria Pia Mendola from Milano, University of Milano, has about 7 minutes to discuss, and then if time permits, we might have some questions depending on what there is also there on the chat. So thanks again, and Maria Pia, you have the floor for 7 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you see my slides? Yes. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to discuss this paper from the invitation. So I really enjoyed it. I'm working on something related to this, so I'm really happy to discuss it. So basically, this paper is quite nice because it addresses an important topic and also a timely topic, since Europe has been going through a huge refugee crisis, and handling and managing refugees was kind of an issue that we have been going through over the last 5 years, for example. So it's really time to have impact evaluation of these policies, even though the paper is not exactly focused on the recent refugee crisis, but it's really important to understand the quality of the policies also down the road, I mean, beyond border policies, because this is also going to affect how natives actually react to these changes and the arrivals of refugees and migrants, so in order to stem the political backlash. So it's also nice because it's focused on a novel mechanism, that is changes in population and internal migration, which is something nice and also relevant, I think. And it's also related to the voting behavior, even though it's voting by feet. And this context is France in this time span, which is 2002-2012, which is maybe a little bit not problematic, but something that we need to understand more on. And well, the paper is well written, and it's very rich in terms of data and empirical analysis and robustness and checks, and also mechanism, and the additional welfare analysis is also nice. So, of course, I mean, understanding where refugees are located is crucial. And you refer to the growing literature on dispersal policies, which are the policies that have been used quite extensively during the refugee crisis. But I think that we need to understand better the rules, in the sense that you say your policy is centralized and, well, let's say private or stakeholders, NGOs, and these social housing owners can apply, but still there is no rule. So there is no dispersal policy rule, which is something that I think is a little bit problematic. And also we are not in a short period of time with a massive inflow. So selection may be there. So basically also like who is going to respond to this bid in first place is something that we need to know more about, because actually from the balance test that you show in table 14, which is across the whole country, the imbalance is striking. I mean, you have very few municipalities hosting refugees, so 98 out of 35,000, something like that. And actually it's less than 0.3%, but anyways, it's a very small minority of municipality hosting refugees at that time. And you show that these are highly populated urban areas with high unemployment rates and lots of national vacant buildings. So these are really very different municipalities than the average. So I think that this poses a question of selection, even though then you focus on community zones. So you try to control for many unobservables, at least at the community zone. But at the same time, I think that perhaps this social housing could be a source of variation for you in order to strengthen the identification strategy, for example, as an IV or something like that. Because, I mean, it's really unbalanced, at least in the aggregate. Then I know that you focus on a community zone, and therefore I wonder whether you can show more balanced test at the community zone, even though you may have some issue in terms of external validity, and also show balanced tests with respect to your own outcomes, like these firms' activities or the tax base at the baseline. So we would like to know, I mean, whether there is any imbalance according to your baseline characteristics at municipality level. And then in terms of results and your conclusions, I mean, first of all, I wonder whether you don't exploit more the richness of your data, for example, by using the share of refugees over the total population in order to control for different sizes and different characteristics of municipality according to their scale. And then you also focus only on centers open once, I mean, for the first time. But also like municipalities opening more than one center could be another dimension, extensive margin that you can use also to see whether maybe the effect is going to be mitigated or exacerbated by opening centers more than once. And the quality of centers is quite important. So the refugee center size is not so small in your case, actually as expected, in the sense that you basically have these refugees allocated in this social housing in urban areas, highly populated with high unemployment. So these are big centers because on average, 65 hosts on average is quite high. I'm studying refugee dispersal policy in Italy, and the average is between 20 and 30. So it's not really granular. I mean, these are big centers. Actually, I wonder whether you can check heterogeneity in results across the dimension of the center. So I guess that many of the centers are higher than 100 hosts, which is really the definition of big centers. So maybe you can also exploit a little bit more the size of the center. And then in terms of demographics, which is the core of your analysis, I wonder whether you can exploit more the demographic composition of population across skills, which I think you have in terms of skilled and unskilled population. I wonder whether native inflows and outflows are driven more by skilled or unskilled people, but also in terms of age. I wonder whether these highly populated urban areas are more, I mean, there is high concentration of elderly people versus young people, because actually the change in the population can be also related to either higher mortality or fertility rate. Because this is also something that we have been seeing, for example, in Italy. So basically refugees can also go where more elderly people are, or can compensate for a change in composition of the population along the age dimension. Yeah. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Maria Pia, thanks a lot for the discussion. So I think we have 2 minutes left. So I'll do this. There is one short question in the chat. I think that Sarah can answer that easily. So the question is about if we know the house prices and how they're affected, if they were affected differentially in the hosting municipality. So basically some sort of, let's say, parallel trend or some sort of like diff regression on the house prices to show that that's balanced as well. So that's the question as a guest. And then if you want to take 1 more minute to briefly respond to some of the comments Maria Pia made, but not all because there's so many. So we can keep that later on. We can continue that later on the chat. So 2 minutes if you can. And then.
Sure. So for the house price, I should have access as soon as the lockdown ends to the Ministry of Housing to check that. For the balance, yeah, of course, we show that statically, if you take the cross section, you have differences between hosting and non-hosting municipalities. And but our event by event analysis requires that even if you have different level, it's the dynamics that should be similar. And if you think that difference in level can generate different dynamic, that's exactly why we use this alternative specification where we use the matching specification to show that when you have this balance, we obtain the same result. But I agree that we should show the balance test at the commuting zone level. You are completely right. For the share refugee, indeed, we have the capacity. The capacity doesn't seem to play a big role. So that's why we were more thinking of a signal effect of the opening of the refugee housing center. We do not detect much heterogeneity on that side. For 66 hosts, yes, but as you said, it's also in larger municipalities. So the median size corresponds to 0.3% of the population. For the demographic composition, there are no we checked, there are no heterogeneity by skill, and elderly people seems to be equally affected, because when we use the fiscal data, actually we look at retired people to show that also it's working on the non-working population, and we find a similar effect. Okay, I think I'm not, but I would be very keen on if you could send me your slide, Maria. Thank you very much.
Sarah, thanks so much for the presentation, and Maria Pia, thanks for the discussion and the back and forth on the comments. So I suppose I don't see any other comment right now on the chat. So because we have just reached the time, well, let's have a 10-minute break, and then we'll continue with the keynote by Anna Maria Maida. And in the meantime, you have questions or you want to keep asking questions, you can use the chat function to do that, right? So I will resume in 10 minutes. Thanks all.
Pierre-Louis. Hi. Hi. Can I try to share, because I want to make sure it works?
Do it.
Should I go ahead and try to share?
Maria, I was trying to find a way to send you a private chat because I couldn't. I have a meeting, unfortunately, now at 10:30, and I was looking forward to seeing yours. So I'm going to, but I think it's taped, so I can see it afterwards.
Yes,
no?
Yes, thank you. Don't worry.
No, but I've heard about this project I follow, so I wanted to hear it, but I'm going to disappear, so don't feel bad that I just left you. Just
no, no worries.
Okay, it's good to see you.
We will see each other sometime soon in one of our European conferences. And,
I know. In a normal life, in the other side of the Atlantic, yeah, I guess. And so I'm looking forward to it. Good luck, Anna Maria.
Thank you. But so are you in Princeton now?
I'm in Princeton, but I'm hoping to be in Barcelona I have, my husband already has, Carlos has a ticket already for January. I was in Barcelona during the summer. I decided to go. I couldn't stand to so long. So I went for 3 weeks and I came back. But I'm hoping to spend most of the winter and spring, but who knows? This is crazy. We don't know. So at this point, I'm here. Yeah. So you are where
I am in DC. I am in DC.
Okay.
But let's catch up.
Yes.
Some
Good luck, Anna Maria. Okay.
Bye.
Julia, I will send you the slides in a moment. This is a fantastic paper, so I will send you. I think she's not here. Okay, bye, Anna Maria.
Bye. Okay, let me see.
You want to upload your slides already?
Yes, I'm doing that. Is it working?
In terms of your time, you want me to give you a 5-minute reminder at some point, or?
Yeah, that would be great, Pierre-Louis.
Okay.
It would be great, yeah. So basically, I start at 10:25 and I need to finish at?
Well, you can speak for 45 minutes if you want. If you want to leave 15 minutes for Q&A, so that would be until 4:10.
Until?
Until 4:10, if you speak for
Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so let me go here and move this here. I should have experience with my teaching, but I still am not that good. No. I'm actually gonna run and be back. No, here. Pierre-Louis.
Yeah.
There will be Gianluca and Gianluca who will also help out with questions. So would it be possible to include them in the...
Can they add them to the panelists? Yeah.
Thank you.
Gianluca. Oh, are they here? Gian. Yeah.
Great.
Here we go.
It is really a nice conference, but do you think you'll keep doing it year after year?
We're definitely thinking of doing a second edition soon, and we'll see after that, but yeah.
Good.
Second edition, once we're allowed to go out and eat and drink, right? Because heavily, to be honest. So yes. So the moment they let us free,
people will go crazy.
the road, yeah, we'll keep the bars and the restaurants.
Just wait 2 minutes and then start.
Yeah. How is the situation in London? Are schools open or closed?
Schools are open.
Unlucky you.
Can you see bliss in our faces? There's smile here. There is smile. Small, but there is smile. That says I don't know how would cope if that was continuing. I mean, literally. School.
Yeah. No, school is really, it really changes daily life, but it is what it is.
So in the US, they're closed.
It depends. So in New York, they were open until I think last week, and they closed this week. In DC, they never opened. They never reopened. They were closed since August. So it's been brutal.
Okay, I think it's 3:25, so we can start if everyone is ready. So hi everyone. For those who haven't met yet, I'm Pierre-Louis from King's College London. So for this keynote, we're very happy to have Ana Maria Meida. She is professor of economics at Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. She's published widely in migration, but also in political economy and international trade. She's made important contributions to our understanding of anti-immigrant attitudes, notably with her flagship paper a few years ago, identifying who is against immigration, a cross-country investigation of individual attitudes towards immigrants. She was also senior advisor to the chief economist at the US State Department. That was during the Obama administration. She was working on migration, refugees, and also other international economic issues. She's recently worked on the effect of migration and on refugees on voting, but also on firms' trade, investment, and innovation activities. She's presenting today new work on skilled immigration and innovation, firm-level evidence from France. She'll talk for about 45 minutes, after which we'll have 15 minutes of Q&A. Once again, we encourage you to use the chat and Q&A function as much as possible to make this lively. And Anna, thank you so much for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pierre-Louis. And thank you very much to the other organizers, Cevat and Costas. I'm very honored to be the keynote presenter. And today what I'm going to do is to present the results of joint work with Gianluca Orefice, who is at Université Paris-Dauphine, and Gianluca Santoni, who's a CP, and they're here, and they will help me out with questions, luckily. And I think that a keynote lecture should be broad picture, which is not what I'm going to do today, because I'm going to present the results of a very specific paper on a specific topic, which is the impact of skill migration to France on innovation. But I would like to place this work in the broader picture. This is also in relation to the discussion that we had yesterday with the keynote lecture by Alan. What Alan brought up is the importance of understanding the benefits of migration in the destination country. And I think that there are two main aspects of immigration to Europe that have received less attention in policy discussions and academic work, yet they are crucial to understand how immigrants can help Europe. So the first one is the one that I mentioned yesterday and is related to low-skilled migrants. So the impact that low-skilled, young, high-fertility migrants can play in a context characterized by population aging. And that's a context that characterizes many European countries. And I haven't really worked on this topic, but I got interested when I had to discuss a paper by Borsch, Supan, Leit, and Rausch. And so I wrote some comments in this very small note. And there is also a very nice paper by Dasman, Facchini, and Signorotto on the same topic. But there is not much in terms of micro-level analysis. And here, what is important is, I think, to go beyond the macro level research that, for the most part, looks at the impact of low-skilled migration on the size of the working age population. But I think we need to take into account a lot of indirect effects. So, as I was saying yesterday, elderly care, and all the impacts of low-skilled migrants on labor force participation that again affect the size of the working age population, and it can help in contexts characterized by population aging. But anyways, that's one topic. The other topic, which is what I'm focusing on today, is related to skilled migration and the impact of skilled migration on innovation. And I was happy to see yesterday that Alan mentioned this as what he thought should be an important focus of analysis. So what we do in this paper is to analyze the case of France that has received non-trivial numbers of skilled migrants in recent years. And we show that because of that, it has experienced an increase in the number of patents. So we can use very nice data because we use micro firm level data between 1995 and 2010, yearly data. So let me tell you why we decided to work on France. First, to be honest, for practical reasons, France has a wealth of micro level data available, and so it allows us to look at this topic in detail, not just with aggregate data, which is the type of work that has been done for the most part in the literature. Next, France has experienced an increase in the share of skilled migrants, and this has occurred in part because of migration policy changes. So let me first show you a figure with statistics on the share of migrants who are tertiary educated in 5 select destination countries. So you have Canada, the US, the UK, France, and Germany. And so, first of all, most of the current academic work on skilled migration and innovation is for the US, which clearly has a higher share of skilled migrants compared to the average European country. But already we can see that the UK is definitely comparable, at least now in terms of numbers, to the US. And in terms of changes, we see that also France has increased a substantial increase in the share of tertiary educated migrants. And so we can definitely exploit a lot of variation in the data to look at these effects. Next, let me tell you a little bit about migration policy in France. I will give you the broad picture. So right after World War II, France opened up doors to mostly low-skilled migrants and mostly from ex-colonies. And then came the oil crisis of the 70s, at which point France closed the door to labor migration, but migrants still kept coming to France, especially for family reunification and as asylum seekers. And that led to a backlash in public opinion. And the consequence of that backlash was, first of all, the rise of Jean-Marie Le Pen's extreme right National Front Party, and a consensus above and beyond the right-wing part of politics in France, so a consensus across the political spectrum of politicians about the need for what the French called immigration zero migration. And that led in 1993 to the passage of the Pasqua laws, which were quite restrictive. But then between the end of the 90s and now, there has been a shift in French migration policy away from zero immigration to immigration choisie, which means select migration. That started first with Prime Minister Lionel Jospin, and next with Interior Minister and later President Nicolas Sarkozy. And for example, when the new EU member countries joined the European Union, restrictions to mobility for workers from new EU member countries in France favored certain occupations. So there is a list of 150 occupations that were exempt from the temporary restrictions to mobility for workers from new EU member countries. But anyways, that led in practice to an increase in the share of skilled migrants in France that we can detect in the data, and I will show you. And so that's variation that we can exploit to do the analysis. And in addition, we think that it's very important to look at these effects because the current French administration, the Macron administration, is carrying out reforms of immigration policy that are meant to, one, discourage asylum seekers and encourage even more skilled foreign workers. So it is especially important to understand what the impact of skilled migration is, because that's the direction the French government is going towards even further. Now, we focus on France, but most of the literature on the topic of skilled migration and innovation is for the United States. Some papers are very well known. There is a very nice paper by Han Gauthier and Loisiel, which is at the state level, more aggregate, but it's together with Chelarage and Al, it is the first paper that points out these effects of skilled migration on innovation. Then came the paper by Karen Lincoln. What they did is to exploit the reduction in the national H-1B quota in the United States, and they show that these had an effect on innovation of ethnic inventors. The analysis is done by Karen Lincoln mostly at the city level. They do have a firm level analysis, but for a very small sample of firms, 77 firms. There is a paper in the literature for the US that is one of the few that shows no evidence of a positive effect on innovation, and that's a paper by Doran, Gelber, and Eisen. They exploit lotteries that were done for a small part of H-1B applications in 2006 and 2007. Next, moving on, there's a very nice paper by Bucardi, Chaney, Hassan, Tarquinio, and Terry, which is very recent. And I believe this is done at the analysis is done at the county level, and they provide evidence of a strong and significant causal impact of immigration on the number of patents filed in the United States. And in terms of European studies, this literature survey is not totally comprehensive. Forgive me if I forgot to include some papers, but examples of work on Europe is the paper by Parrot et al. For Denmark, the paper by Bratti and Conti for Italy. There is a very nice cross-country analysis done very recently by Danny Bahar, Chuduri, and Hillel. But I would say that the overall assessment of the literature is that it mostly focuses on the United States, and for the most part uses aggregate data or very small samples of firm level data. So now let me tell you, let me give you a preview of what we find. We aim to estimate a causal effect, and we estimate a positive causal effect of the share of high-skilled migrants on the number of patents in France between 1995 and 2010. So we do the analysis both at the district level and at the firm level. And in terms of the magnitude of the effect, we find a magnitude which is similar to what Burkhardt, Chanel, Hassan, Tarkin, and Terry find for the United States. So a 10% increase in the share of skilled migrants implied an increase of 4 patents per 10,000 inhabitants. Interestingly, what we find is when we look at the impact of both skilled migrants and skilled natives, and both are instrumented, we find that the impact of skilled migrants is bigger. Or in some specification, this becomes a little bit weaker, but for the most part, it is bigger. So this tells us that the impact of skilled migrants is not simply a skill effect, because otherwise the two effects would be similar. There must be something more. This motivates us to go a little bit deeper into trying to understand the mechanism, and I will tell you what channel we look at. But in terms of identification, we use the usual CARD instrument, a modified version of the CARD instrument. We provide evidence in favor of the exclusion restriction, a pre-treatment trend exercise. And then moving on in terms of the results, when we do the firm level analysis, we find evidence of interesting heterogeneity in terms of the size of firms, capital intensity, and so size, capital intensity, productivity of firms. So basically, it seems like the most productive, the most capital intensive, and the biggest French firms are the ones that are better able to take advantage of the impact of skilled migrants in terms of innovation. Now, let me tell you what is the channel that we focus on. You, I'm sure, are familiar with work by Giovanni Perry and Chad Sparber about task specialization. So basically, the point they make in 2 papers, in 2009 and 2011, respectively for low-skilled and high-skilled migrants, is that migrants and natives who are similarly educated are not perfect substitutes, because they tend to specialize in different tasks. And what they do is to look at the implication of task specialization in terms of labor market outcomes, so in terms of wages in particular. So basically the idea is that when, for example, migrants of a given education level come, natives will switch to different types of occupations, and so they are able to escape the labor market competition of migrants. What we do is to apply the insight of this literature to the context of innovation. And we think it's quite important to do that because we know, for example, from trade theory, that specialization is likely to have an impact on the size of the pie. It has an impact on gains, and we find evidence of that in terms of innovation. So the fact that we find that the fact that skilled migrants tend to specialize in tasks in which they presumably have a comparative advantage in, which is technical research tasks, produces gains in terms of innovation. By the way, the fact that in France there is this impact on task specialization for high-skilled migrants is also consistent with institutional or de facto characteristics of the French system related to grandes écoles. Probably I didn't pronounce it well, but I will tell you more about that later. Now, let me show you the pattern in the share of skilled and overall migrants in France in the period that we analyze. So there is this jump around 2004, which is the time of the accession of new EU member countries. Now, in the later years, there is an issue with the way, with the variable for migrants. So we also redo all our regressions, excluding 2009 and 2010, because the definition of migrants changes, but our results are robust. But I'm preventing a question about this decrease. This decrease is also due potentially to this switch in the definition of migrants. Okay, so some summary statistics. What I want to point out is that on average, the share of high-skilled migrants in a district out of the local population is not high, it's 2%, but it gets as high as 25%. And here is a map of, on the left-hand side, the share of high-skilled migrants across French districts in 1995 and 2010, and patents, 1995 and 2010. So what you see is that high-skilled migrants tend to be concentrated in the Paris area, in the Bordeaux, Toulouse area, and also in border regions. But then what's relevant for us is also the change between 1995 and 2010. So Paris, for example, has always had a high share of high-skilled migrants, so that's now where the action will be for empirical analysis. Okay, moving on, what data do we use? We use 4 different sources of data. We use matched employer-employee French data. We use balance sheet information. Then we merge this data with firm-level patenting data from Orbis. And we also use historical patenting data for French districts in the 19th and 20th century to control for past trends. Okay, so let me get to the empirical strategy. Clearly, in our type of analysis, endogeneity is a clear challenge. So unobserved local economic characteristics might affect at the same time how many skilled migrants decide to locate in a given region, but also might affect the success rate in terms of innovation. And in particular, reverse causality might take place. So it might be that skilled migrants exactly go to the places which are very active in terms of innovation, because in those places, it is likely that the labor market is stronger for them. The returns to their skill are higher. On the other hand, it might also be the skilled immigrants are more likely to be hired in less attractive locations, which are the locations where the skilled French don't want to go. And by the way, that's actually what we find evidence of. What we will do is to look at the correlation patterns between the location of skilled migrants and the locations of skilled French. And in the raw data, without instrumenting, we find evidence of negative correlation. Okay, so what do? We address endogeneity by using a modified version of the CARD instrument. Modified in what sense? Modified for the fact that we look at skilled migrants. So when we construct the past shares by district in 1980, here we use skilled shares, so shares of skilled migrants in 1980, and then we multiply these shares by the usual shifter, which in the case of migrants is the total number of migrants by a given country of origin at time t. And for natives is similar, because as I told you, we control for both the share of skilled migrants and skilled natives in some specifications. And so we need to instrument also for the share of skilled natives. And these are the details about the shares in 1980. Okay, so let me give you some evidence, some suggestive evidence about the exclusion restriction. What we do is to correlate the instrument predicted changes in the skilled immigrant share which is the change in our IB between 1995 and 2010, this is a typo, I believe, with past changes in patents across districts. So basically, we find no significant correlation between the two. This tells us that districts where skilled migrants went more in our period of analysis are not districts that experienced the biggest increases in patents per capita before our period of analysis. Okay, so let me say a couple of words about controlling for the share of skilled natives. Why do we do that? Now, first, we're interested in looking at the impact of skilled migrants versus skilled natives. So we want to see whether they're comparable, one is bigger or smaller. Next, the share of skilled natives is likely to be a likely omitted variable. So basically districts where firms have an easier time to access a large community of skilled migrants are also likely to be districts where they can hire easily skilled French. And it might be that if we don't control for the skilled natives, we are picking up that effect. Now, you might say if the instrument is working, that should not be the case, but I think that's another strength of explicitly controlling for the share of skilled natives. And also, you know, by controlling for the share of skilled natives, we also capture all those economic drivers that are skill specific that you would think would drive skilled migrants to locate in certain locations. For example, location specific returns to skill. Now, when we go a little bit deeper in the data, we actually find, as I was telling you, that the distribution of skilled migrant and skilled French is actually, in the raw data, negative. When we use the instrument, that correlation disappears, which is also good news for the exclusion restriction. But I think it is interesting to see that without, both without and with district fixed effects, so in first differences, there is a negative correlation between the location decision of skilled migrants and the location decision of skilled French. Now, let me move on. Let me tell you, we estimate both district level and firm level regressions. And in the district level regressions, we first include year and region fixed effects. When we do so, we can control explicitly for the share of skilled natives. When we include district fixed effects, we cannot control explicitly for the share of skilled natives because they are 99% explained by year and district fixed effects. But as I showed to you, this is not an issue because the two series are orthogonal with once we instrument for the immigrants. And I will also show you some first difference results, long difference results. So let me move on and show these results to you. So this is the district level analysis with region and year fixed effects. And so this is the evidence that I was talking about of, if anything, a larger impact of the share of skilled migrants relative to skilled natives. We have two different definitions of skilled, one which is broader, one which is more specific for techies, for example, engineers. Next, I'm going to show you the results at the district level with district fixed effects. So this is the most demanding specification for the district level analysis because we include district fixed effects and also sector by year fixed effects. And again, we find the same evidence of positive and significant effects. The F values of the first stage are quite strong. So we ran a bunch of robustness checks, different specification, for example, PPML, and the picture that we get is quite consistent also in the long difference when we look at these long run changes between 1995 and 2011. Next, we do the firm level regressions. So we can measure the number of patents at the firm level. And as I was saying here, the nice thing is that we can interact the impact of the share of skilled migrants with characteristics of the firm. So we find here that, and these are the IV regressions, that more capital intensive and larger firms are better able to take advantage of the impact of skilled migrants. Okay, so now let me get to the channel. When you think about how skilled migrants might affect innovation, several channels might come to mind. One is the one analyzed, for example, by Hillel, Denis Bahar, and sorry, I forgot the third co-author, which is about knowledge diffusion that takes place through immigration from immigrants' countries of origin. This is not the channel we focus on this paper, but basically what we look at is the task specialization channel. The idea is the following. As much as they're skilled migrants will not be, in relative terms, as good as the French skilled in language communication tasks. So basically, skilled migrants have a comparative advantage in technical research tasks, while the French have a comparative advantage in language-intensive occupations, administrative, managerial occupations. And so just like trade theory suggests for countries, these workers will tend to specialize in different tasks according to their comparative advantage. And so let me show you evidence of that. So here, first of all, we show that in districts where there is an increase in the share of high-skilled migrants, you can detect an increase in occupational switches within firms. And these switches take place both among native workers and migrant workers, but more so among native workers. Next, what we find looking at skilled French who are in skilled occupations, managerial occupations, when skilled migrants arrive, there is a shift of skilled French towards sales executives occupations, which are more language intensive, communication intensive, and in particular within sales executive occupations, the French will tend to specialize in occupations in marketing. So, you know, among sales executives, there are many different types of tasks, but again, some of them are bit more technical than the others, and what we see is that it is the share in the marketing office that increases with the arrival of high-skilled migrants. Instead, when we look at what happens to skilled migrants, we see the skilled migrants tend to shift in the opposite direction. So they tend to shift towards technical tasks, technical occupations. And so to summarize all these results, what we do is to run regressions a la Perry and Sparber. So we look at the log of the technical task intensity for each type of worker. So the number of techies divided by the number of workers working in communication intensive tasks. And when there is an increase in the share of high-skilled migrants, this technical tasks intensity increases for migrants, but it decreases for natives. So basically, we find evidence that there is this specialization that takes place in opposite directions among skilled workers, for skilled natives and skilled migrants. And trade theory teaches us that specialization will lead to gains. And so we link the increase that we observe in patenting activity to this specialization, or at least we provide evidence that this specialization is taking place. By the way, this is still work in progress. So actually, we don't even have a working paper out for these results. We will soon, but you see, we are still working on these results. Now, let me tell you, France is also a special case for this topic. And the reason is that many top hierarchy positions in France are dedicated, in some cases, de jure, or in other circumstances, de facto, to individuals who attended the so-called Grandes Écoles. So basically, this automatically excludes the possibility for high-skilled immigrants that completed their education cycle abroad to access top hierarchy positions in private firms or public institutions, which means that this specialization into different tasks is not just driven by comparative advantage, but is also driven by institutional features of the French system. But actually, it leads to a good outcome because it leads to greater innovation. So I may be actually a little bit early, but let me conclude. So basically, in this paper, we wanted to look at one channel through which migrants can help. Europe can help European economies, and definitely more attention, I think, needs to be devoted to skilled migration. Now, not all European countries receive a lot of skilled migrants. For example, Italy doesn't, but that's also endogenous to policies. And to the extent we have evidence that skilled migration has positive effects that can change, one channel that we find is important for the effect of skilled migration is task specialization. And that's it. So these are our results. And I see a lot of people typing. I'm sure that Gianluca and Gianluca were answering a lot of your questions, but
thank you very much, Anna. That's perfect timing. And that leaves us a good 20-25 minutes for Q&A. Also, thank you. Your co-authors have been answering a few questions on the chat. I'm just going to open the floor now. If anyone from the panel wants to ask questions, or anyone from the audience, you can write them in the chat or the Q&A function. And if you want to speak, you can raise your hand or give me a signal somehow. Yeah, Hillel.
We don't hear you, Hillel.
Unmute.
Yeah, no. Just put me in the list if you have already questions, and I'll talk when my turn comes.
Go ahead, Hillel.
No, okay, so no, very nice. I think it's an important question in general, but also in France, it's really an important question. And there is currently really a debate on, how can we make the best of immigration, and should we have policy reforms and so on. So this is also very timely. So one maybe a very broad question that you may have some insights on it, not directly related to what you presented, but in the background is, why do certain countries have really, for the same share of skilled migrants, some are very active in innovation and some are not. I think 25% of innovation in the US, more or less, you have other papers on the US, is due to immigrants. Okay, in France, it would be 5 to 10%. And so why these differences? Is just, even controlling for the share of skilled migrants, you have very different impact on innovation. So that's a, just a broad picture question. I'm just curious to know what your insights from having worked on the US, on France, and on other comparative or different countries' context. A small remark on I thought the jump that you showed in the number of immigrants, of skilled immigrants, is very strange. I don't think it can be explained by the policy changes. So you started your motivation by saying there were policy changes, but that happened in 2007. So after the jump you show, and in any case, it was very low scale. There were just a few thousands or even hundreds of people that took advantage of these targeted selective reforms. So I don't think, you can argue it doesn't play really a big role in your estimation, but it's not that there was a big exogenous shock in skilled immigration, and this is what you're exploiting. Rather, I think most of the change comes from not so much a change in policy, but a change in human capital formation in ascending countries. Just, people got more educated anywhere in the world, especially in Northern Africa, in Sub-Saharan Africa, in Asia, which were the origin countries of migrants to France. It didn't make a big difference in selective countries where the share of skilled migrants was already very high, but it did in non-selective countries such as France. Yeah, so now on the IV, I think the main thing is, I understand. So your point, if I'm trying to summarize, is that some firms happen to be in regions where there was a growth in the number of skilled migrants, and they could take advantage of this, while this was not the case for firms in other regions, right? And but essentially, we would also want to know why certain firms were able to take advantage of this rise in skilled migrants and some not. So you don't have variation at the firm level, if I understand correctly, for the IV. And the last point in terms of channels and mechanisms, I understand from an answer that was given in the chat that you don't have the origin countries of migrants. You just know whether these are migrants or these are non-migrants, but not where they come from. Is that right? Because in terms of channel, you may suspect that there could be diversity effects coming on, for example. Is this something that you can look at? Or one thing that you mentioned, which is the knowledge diffusion thing also, but for this you need information on the origin countries.
Okay,
thank you. Very stimulating.
A few more questions.
Pierre-Louis? Hi. Well, thank you, Anna Maria. That was great. In the spirit of what Hillel was asking as well, I was wondering if you can tell us a bit more about the type of innovation that you observe. So, I mean, one additional measure for the quality of innovation is just patent citations, for instance. But also just in terms of which sectors do you see most innovation occurring? Perhaps is it large firms or small firms, as Hillel was hinting, because that can kind of help us understand a bit more what the mechanisms might be. I mean, why are immigrants making such a difference? Is it that is it just a human capital? Do they bring networks? Do they bring fundraising capabilities? So that we can better assess, the mechanism and also gauge the impact. So qualifying this innovation a bit more in terms of where it's occurring.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Well, Anna, if you want to take this round.
Okay, so let me start from the end and move up. Thank you, Sandra and Hillel. So we haven't used patent citations. I know since I work on the trade literature that's a measure of innovation and quality and of links across countries that has that has been used also in the context of France. I think there is a very nice paper by McGravy for the impact of trade on innovation using the French firm level data. We could, but we haven't yet looked into it. So basically, we wanted to focus on this specific channel, which is task specialization. We might, and we will probably analyze other channels, but the other channels have been analyzed more in the literature. So Karen Lincoln, for example, look at this knowledge diffusion channel in terms of immigration, Hillel in his paper. But I agree maybe to do also a horse race between channels to see which one is more important. Basically, we need to do more work in terms of knowledge diffusion. And that analysis is also difficult to do, and this is related to Hillel's question, because my understanding is that at the firm level, we don't have information on the country of origin of immigrants. So we have information on the country of origin of immigrants at the district level, but it doesn't come from the firm level data set. Now we could potentially use the information on the country of origin from the patent data, because there you have the name of the guy or woman who did the patent, and you can, and we looked into it, into doing an analysis of the names, but it would be a select sample of the high-skilled migrants. It's an analysis of the sample of foreign inventors. But there is some potential in doing that, and I agree that that would be very interesting to do, but also related to Hillel's question. So that's one reason why we don't exploit the variation in the immigrant share at the firm level. Anyways, we would need to construct the core instrument at the district level. So in practice, in the IB estimation, we would be exploiting the district level variation. Another thing is that you know, the core instrument applied to the firm level, I think, poses some challenges. So I think
what I had in mind is an interaction with some firm characteristic that explains why certain firms are more able than others to draw on that, you know, on that resource.
Well, we do that. So, you know, we do the firm level analysis in the sense that we exploit variation in the dependent variable at the firm level. And we interact, maybe I went a little bit fast.
For the heterogeneity analysis, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But, I was thinking something along the instrumenting. Anyway, if I may, one more question, maybe we. One thing I'm interested in, I think you know, in terms of interpretation, it's not the same to say there are more skilled migrants coming from abroad, or I think you can know from the French data who is classified exactly as an immigrant. I think the definition is someone born abroad.
Well, that's what I was talking about when I was talking about the share going up and then going down. Between 1995 and Gianluca, correct me if I'm wrong, but between 1995 and 2008, we use this definition based on étrangère. While in 2009 and 2010, we use this variable on the country of birth. Yes. Because there are issues with the definition of with the first variable.
Yeah, but it could be that you had you know, a big rise in the number of skilled migrants because many were born abroad but came to France as kids and then went to study in the French schooling system. So it would be somehow nice to try to really disentangle what comes from really immigration per se, people who, you know, got educated abroad and came as skilled immigrants, and those who were kids, immigrant kids, and then just happened to be skilled because, as most kids are born or raised in France, they have a fair chance to go to university and so on.
You're right. Maybe that we might be able to do so. Basically, take into account the number of years that they spent in France.
Yeah, that's what we did with others in using census data. This is the you don't know where people got their degree, but you know for how long they've been in the country.
Yeah, so that to the extent, you know, going through the French educational system will definitely matter for the language ability, communication, knowing the system. And also some of these migrants, you pointed out, might go through the ITER that leads them to the Grandes Écoles, then they would be more similar to the skilled French. You're right, then to the skilled migrants. So that's an important point. Another point that you raised is about migration policy changes. So as you said, at the end, what we do is to take note of what we observe in the data, which is this jump in the share of skilled migrants. And we haven't done a full-fledged analysis of what drove, but we do know that there has been, broadly speaking, this big shift in French migration policy, moving towards a more skill bias. There has been the accession of new EU member countries. There were these 150 occupations in the temporary restrictions that were exempt, and they tended to be more skilled. So then I think it would be interesting to see whether that has bite in the data. We don't do that. You're right that another possibility is that there was concurrently an increase in investment in human capital in the traditional countries of origin of migrants. So maybe there we would need to differentiate between countries of origin. I think that would be helpful. And let me see what else. Okay, no, I think I covered.
Collect a few more questions from the audience.
I see some questions in the chat but I think Gianluca.
Costa, you want maybe I ask what you have?
Yeah, I mean, I asked the question on the chat, but I got some answers from the two Gianlucas, but I'm happy to reiterate it in a little bit more general way. So I want to link a little bit with yesterday's keynote and today's keynote. And I want to make a slightly different point on the sense of the following. So start from the point where I do accept that empirical evidence is very clear on migration being a Pareto improvement, right? So my question, or a welfare improvement, and that's the patents variable that you have there is clearly something that nobody disagrees in economics, that patents in the long run or even in the medium run means higher income, right? Means growth. But then the question is, my question, and the practical question towards you is like, could we do something in terms of heterogeneity analysis, in some sort of like distribution analysis? So, okay, we agree. The first theorem says it's Pareto improvement. But how about which allocation we are at a particular point? So some disaggregation analysis, heterogeneity effects would help us. So maybe that's not per se a problem for migration, but what if, let's say, corporate tax systems are fair? Patents means profits. Profits means profits to whom? Probably to the industry that exploits the patents. If the tax system is skewed, or there's a kleptocracy or corruption, in theory, that should diffuse the GDP growth because of higher tax revenue should diffuse in better hospitals and schools. It might diffuse in nice yachts in Bahamas, right? And if I'm a voter, the way an economist models a voter, I see the policy, the change, and I compute delta U on the utility. The outcome of that particular change in my utility is either zero, and then in which case, why do I support the argument, right? And so a heterogeneity analysis thing would give us a lot of mileage to actually be able to make the point of that's an improvement much more concretely. So I wanted to ask, is that possible, or could this data allow us to get into the distributional question in a much more stark way, in the way that, for example, we're now doing the trade literature, that we're saying, okay, it's a welfare improvement, but, or even the transition. So we move to a better outcome where welfare is higher for everyone, right? But if there's in that transition, there is a bump in the road, I mean, elections are every 2 years. The long run effects are there for 20 years and everybody's happy. But if the election takes place on the unfortunate moment that we're on the bump on the road, then here you have the backlash, right? So how could we? It's an unfair question.
No, I think
this only on paper. It's more like the two keynotes. So, but
no, that's a very good question. I think actually that's a very big advantage of the French case, that we have this very detailed data. It's an employer-employee data set. So we haven't done the analysis of wages, nor the analysis of, for example, productivity, which by the way, I think Gianluca is doing, Gianluca Orefice with Giovanni Peri in another paper. But there are a lot of implications of this effect on innovation that we could potentially analyze. So in innovation active firms, whether there is a positive impact that spills over, for example, on low-skilled workers. Or, so what we show is that there is this shift of the skilled French from one type of task to the other, but then what happens to the wages of these workers? So some do the shift to the other task, so they do a jump up. What about the others who stay in the same occupation? So this would be more the classical analysis that Giovanni Peri and Charles Barber did, and I think Gianluca is in part doing with Giovanni. But I agree. So ultimately, we want to get a sense of effects above and beyond innovation. Productivity is important. Spillover effects, I agree. And then another thing that I think we would be able to do is to really follow French across these transitions. So as it has been done, for example, with the data on Denmark, and to see, for example, how long it takes to do these transitions. So like you were mentioning the trade literature, people worry about the fact that, yeah, in the very long run, you can have all this readjustment, but how long does it take? That's an advantage of this data. A lot of these things, I think, could be done. So in a way, that's ours is a really tiny starting point.
Thank you so much. We have 5 more minutes if there's more questions on the panel or the chat. Anyone? I have one actually, if I may. So I'm wondering about the effect of the skilled natives innovation, which doesn't seem to be great. And I'm wondering if it has to do with France being a nation of skilled emigration rather than often when we think of the skilled French, we think of them going to the UK, US, Canada, and therefore not contributing to innovation in France. Is this something that happens where they're substituted by skilled migrants in France, some kind of optimization at the world level, something like that?
Very interesting. You know, I actually didn't think about that. So I was thinking about this task specialization story, since the skilled French specialize in these non-technical, non-research related tasks, then they will have a smaller impact on innovation. But basically what you're saying is that there is a selection effect that takes place through immigration from France, which is interesting. And by the way, it's not only relevant for France, it's relevant for many other European countries where there is brain drain. We could, I think, potentially look at that. So basically what you're saying is that the type of selection that takes place with immigration might reinforce this specialization channel, because the French who are left are the ones who have the least comparative advantage.
Watch out what you're saying.
Yes, but so I don't, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think there are countries in Europe where the extent of immigration and of brain drain is even bigger. One is,
The
for
UK, I
example,
think, is the biggest.
the UK, also Italy is very big. I think France is not at the top of the list, but it's something that I guess we can find out in the data and take advantage of.
Thank you so much. Is there a final question? Melissa Taunari in the chat is asking something. I don't know if you can see, if you want me to read it out.
Let me see. Okay, whether you consider the impacts you detect in light of the changing technology. We haven't explicitly taken advantage of the change in technology. So basically, we haven't really exploited the side of the data set, which is the firm level side, where I think we could get some of the variables that we would need to do what you're asking. So Melissa is asking whether we consider the change in technology that occurred in the French economy and whether there was, for example, I guess, a skill bias change in technology, which again might reinforce the channel that we are looking into. We haven't done yet that.
Okay, well, thank you so much, everyone. Perfect timing in terms of ending this session. We'll take, thank you so much, Anna and Gianluca for answering questions in the chat, and everyone for your questions. We'll start again in 10 minutes with the last session on immigration and crime. See you later. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Hi, Nicholas. Would you like to share your slides?
Hi, yeah, I'm here. Let me. Can you see them?
Yes.
Good.
So let's get started. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for staying with us for the last session of the workshop. So in this session, we have 3 great papers focusing on immigration and political outcomes. So we have Nicolas from Sao Paulo School of Economics. He will start with his paper, Immigration, Crime, and Crime Misperceptions. And then Felicitas will present her paper, Migrants, Missing Modes. And then we will have Ilona presenting her paper, How Experience of Asylum Seekers Affect Refugee Policies in Rural and Urban Areas. So Nicolas, floor is yours. You have 20 minutes.
I'm sorry, how much time?
20 minutes.
20 minutes, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you very much to the organizer for this opportunity to present my paper. This is a joint work with Patricio Dominguez from the Inter-American Development Bank and Raimundo Undurraga from the Universidad de Chile. All right, so there's a recent growing literature in the last few years showing that exposure to massive, large, sudden shocks of migrants can have a significant effect on shaping certain type of attitudes and beliefs of the native population. And more specifically, what many of these papers show is that some of these shocks can actually have an effect on what we could call, triggering what we could call sentiments of hostility, prejudice, and eventually even have an effect on political preferences. Now, when we think about what are the potential candidates that could explain this, there's one obvious natural candidate, which is basically crime. Right. So if we think that that migration has a significant effect on crime, then it's not so difficult to think how this could actually translate into creating hostility and prejudice. But the problem, it's not a problem, but the truth is that most of the papers in the literature of migration and crime, which at this point I think is quite populated, actually show that this is not the case, right? So in most of the cases, what we observe is null effect. And again, I say most of the cases because naturally it depends on the context and the flexibility of the labor market and so on. But if any, I would say that at most, what we observe are mild effects at most of migration and crime. So what we do in this paper, going straight to the point, is we try to explore a little bit this puzzle. And we try to test, one specific hypothesis, which is that maybe migration does not really affect crime, but actually triggers what we call crime-related concerns and crime-related beliefs, right? So if this is the case, then maybe, migration will not have a real effect on crime, but, through crime-related concerns, it could actually create these sentiments of hostility. So let me very briefly summarize the results that I'm going to show you. Well, the context of this paper is Chile. I'm going to explain in a minute why this is a good context for this paper, but we are basically going to show you 2 or 3 important results. The first one is that a sudden increase in migration in Chile did spur crime-related concerns. So people became much more concerned about crime when they were exposed to this massive shock of migrants. We're going to show that this was not only an effect on beliefs or attitudes. It was actually an effect that translated into into behaviors. We're going to show that people actually start to adopt more protective measures, like installing an alarm or paying for private security and so on. So it's not only that they're concerned, they actually do something about it. And we're going to show you that these effects cannot be explained by a real increase in crime, because we're going to show very robust effects and very consistent effects of a null, null effect of migration on crime, basically consistent across any type of crime. Now we're going to explore some suggestive mechanisms, and I'm going to speak more in detail about this in a minute, but we're going to test other things that have been mentioned or explored in other papers in the literature. One is the potentially amplified role of media, and we're going to find some effects consistent with that. We're going to explore if there's a difference in terms of the educational composition of migration, and we're going to show that indeed most of the effect is driven by low-skill migration. And then we're going to explore a potential hypothesis related to intergroup threat. Basically, this idea that maybe you are just concerned because you are exposed to someone that is completely out of your group, so you became concerned about that. And we are going to use a measure of ethnic distance, bilateral ethnic distance, to show that this is actually not the case. So basically, it doesn't matter if people are coming from places that are ethnically similar or ethnically different. The effect is going to be exactly this. So let me tell you very briefly a few things about the context. Again, I don't have a lot of time to explain the concept, but I think in one picture you get the most important part of it, which is the proportion of foreign-born population in Chile across time, which is basically these bars over here. So this is what you see here is the flow, and this is basically this axis, and what you see here is basically the stock. Right now, the important point about this, and I think the only thing that you need to know is that foreign-based population in 2005 was around 1.5% of the population, and 12 years later, it became almost 5% of the population, right? So basically, we're going to exploit this sudden increase, this sudden shock, a massive shock of migration coming to Chile. We're going to use basically two types of data sets. Two main data sets, then we're going to complement with others, but basically two main data sets. One is the data set that we use for the outcomes, which is basically a household survey, which is focused on perception of crime and victimization. So with victimization, we measure crime, and with this, we measure perceptions and beliefs. This is a household survey that was performed annually between 2008 and 2017, more than 80,000 individuals answering each year, covering 101 of the most population municipalities in Chile. This covers around 90% of the country, approximately. And again, as I said, it's focused on victimization and perception. Now, about the migration data, we use official data that comes from the Department of State. Basically, we have a data at the individual level going from 2005 to 2018, having some demographics of everyone, every individual that requested a visa or a permanent residence. So this is basically legal migration. We don't have illegal migration, but in Chile, I would say that most of migration is legal, at least in this period, so that's not a big deal. And what is important, we have the municipality of residence in which people settle. Okay, so basically this is going to give us the cross municipality variation. Now there are a few limitations about this data. I don't have a lot of time to explain that. The most important one is probably that visa and permits at some point could be double counting, because you request a visa and then you stay and request residence, and it's not very clear. The best we can do is try different specifications and try to see if this is robust, and this is exactly what we do. So in the main specification that I'm going to show you, we are basically assuming, we are basically building a variable of stock of migrants based on assuming visas and work permits. Okay. About the models that we are using basically two empirical strategies that give, I would say, consistent results. The first one is a two-way fixed effects model. Again, we don't have a panel, but we have a repeat cross sections of the same municipalities during this period. So we estimate this two-way fixed effect model that has this structure. We have individuals answering. All the outcomes are answered by each individual in each municipality in each moment of time. We have municipality fixed effects and time fixed effects. A few, not many, because we want to avoid bad controls. Individual level controls, and this is the variable that we care about. This is the parameter that we care about, which is basically the one that has associated our measure of stock of migrants that vary by municipality and by town. We do it in logs basically because it's very skewed, and also because it's easier to interpret. Actually, this beta is going to be the effect of 100% increase in the migration rate in terms of each of our outcomes. Now, this is going to be one of our strategies. Naturally, there are many problems associated with this. Obviously, migrants select into certain places, so this could be a problem. we present another empirical strategy, which is a two-stage square model, an EV model, following Bianchi and co-authors 2012. This is a fairly simple shift-share type instrument that is quite a standard in the literature. And again, so I think I have a lot of time to explain this, and you probably all know what it is about. But basically, what we have is a common shock, that is migration going to any country other than Chile. And then we have, I mean, we need to find a way to create this differential exposure of migration in each municipality. And we do that using the share of migrants of each country in each municipality in the baseline year, which is 2008. Okay, so this is a fairly classical shift share type of instrument, which means that this could be potentially very problematic, in the sense that, there could be problems with the inference, and most importantly, there could be problems with the exclusion restriction of this instrument. I'm going to show you in a few minutes that we do everything that is recommended by the papers of the last papers in this literature, which is basically testing the pre-trends of these shares. Okay, so we do whatever is recommended to try to show that this instrument is actually a valid instrument. Okay, about the outcomes, we have basically three set of outcomes. One is related to crime-related concerns. Again, we have many individual questions, which we then aggregate into an index. That is basically the first component of the PCA, a principal component analysis, rescaled to 0-1 for interpretation. And we do the same with the behavioral reactions. What type of question do we have here? Questions like, do you think that crime is affecting your quality of life? Yes or no. Are you feeling unsafe? Yes or no. Do you think that crime is impacting your personal life? Yes or no. Do you think that crime is a top concern among your concerns? Yes or no, and so on. So basically we have, I'm going to show you some of these individual variables, but then the main results are going to be presented with this aggregated index. For behavioral reactions, we do something similar. The questions here basically are related to investing in home security, like buying a dog for security or installing an alarm and so on, and coordinating actions with the neighborhood. This could be, for example, hiring a private security for the block. So basically, with all these individual variables related to behavioral reactions of preventive measures, we build this index, which is again the principal component of the PCA, rescaled to 0-1. And then for victimization, which is actually the variable related to crime, we have the typical questions in which they ask people if they suffer different type of crimes. So what we do is we present all the different individual crimes, and then we create an index, a victimization index, which again is just the sum, actually the average of crimes that a person suffered in that particular year. So basically we have three sets: crime-related concerns, preventive reactions, and victimization. So let me show you very briefly what we find. This is the two-way fixed effect model with the aggregated index, total crime, crime-related concerns, and behavioral reactions. As I said before, this is in logs. So this is basically, the interpretation is you multiply, you increase by 100% migration, and this is the effect that you have in terms of an index that goes from 0 to 1 with this mean. Now, this is large or small, I don't know. In many municipalities, in migration, increased by 300 or 400%. So I guess it depends. And what we find is that the effect is significant and actually very robust for crime-related concerns, for behavioral reactions, and not at all for crime. And when we go to the individual crimes, we again find mostly the same thing, maybe with the exception of this one, that actually disappears when we do the ID. So this is kind of the main picture. We do the same with the IV, and we find again very consistent results. Total crime, crime-related concerns, and behavioral reactions. Again, significant and bigger, larger in magnitude, which makes sense because of selection. Of the potential selection of the OLS in both crime-related concerns and behavioral reactions. Again, no effect at all, and when you go to the B, is literally 0 in every individual crime. So basically, there's no effect on crime. And when we go to the individual questions related to crime-related concerns, again, we tend to find, except with some exceptions, we tend to find for every type of variable a significant effect. Okay. And the same with behavioral reactions. The only variable in which we don't find an effect, and I think it makes sense, is in the one that is asking people if they buy weapons to protect themselves. So I think that would be a bit extreme. So this actually seems to be reasonable. All right, so as I said before, there are many potential problems with the IV, with this shift share type of instrument. The problem is that all the identification is coming from the shares, basically from the pre-treatment shares of 2008. Again, so we have this common shock, and then the differential exposure depends completely on the shares. And the problem is that the threat is that if the shares predict the outcome through other channels other than migration, then actually, this is not exogenous, and we'll have again a correlation, which is definitely not a causal effect. So we follow what the literature recommends to do with this, which is basically test the pre-trends as if this was a different diff. We basically follow all the steps that Goldsmith Pinkham in the last AR of 2020 recommends. So first we calculate what he calls the Rothermer weights. Basically the Rothermer weights is, they're the country-specific shares that bring the largest part of the variation in the instrument, right? So basically we need to first identify if there's a threat, where could it be coming from? So basically it could be coming from those shares that bring most of the variation. So we first identify the top Rothermer weights, and then for each of these countries, we test for parallel trends in the years before 2008. I'm going to show you just a few results because we don't have a lot of time, but just to show what we do. This is the highest Rothermer weight, and this is just an average of all the countries. And I'm going to show you one outcome per type, like one for crime, one for concerns, and one for behavioral reactions. We just do this typical diff and diff graph to show pre-trends. 2005, 6, and 8 are the only data points that we have pre-2008. And this is what we find. Basically, with total crime, there's nothing. This is just one of the measures of crime concerns. If you think that you're going to become a victim in the future, no pre-trends. And for example, without a weapon, no pre-trends. So basically, it seems to be the case that this is not driven by the threat of the lack of internal validity of our IB doesn't seem to hold. All right, so now let me show you some results related to channels. So one thing that could be happening, and that you probably have in mind, is that maybe there was an increase in migration, and the reason why that didn't translate into crime was precisely because people protect themselves, right? So if that's the case, then that's the explanation. Well, we didn't find a very good way of testing that. The only thing that we have in mind is that if that's the case, we would expect some kind of dynamic effect, in the sense that, unless you are extremely rational, you fully anticipate what is going to happen with crime, with the new wave of migrants. What you expect to see is that actually you first see an increase in crime, and then you become scared, and then you protect yourself, right? So we basically ran these dynamic models for both victimization and behavioral reactions, and it doesn't seem to be the case, right? So it doesn't seem to be the case that crime starts to go up and then people protect, and that's why you find an average zero effect. So again, this is not very conclusive, this is just suggestive, but at least I think it goes in that direction. Now let me go to the channels. I think I have 5 minutes, right? If I'm not wrong, yeah.
Yeah, you have about 5 minutes, Nico.
5 minutes, okay. So let me briefly tell you the main idea of this channels exploration. We basically explore 3 types of potential channels that we take from other papers of the literature. The first one is what we call intergroup threat. There are many papers, again, in psychology and sociology, showing that exposing people to other individuals that they find that don't belong, basically they're outgroup, this could trigger this sense of hostility and this sense of kind of people being scared. So the way we can test this is basically by trying to build a measure of distance, which in this case is a measure of ethnic distance. So basically we take data from this paper, Spallone and Watchard, 2018, and from Alessina, 2003. And with this data is basically a data set that measures ethnic distance between, bilateral ethnic distance between any pair of countries in the world. So basically what we can do is we can create an average ethnic distance that's varied by year and by municipality, depending on the type of migrants, on the country of migrants that are coming to each municipality each year, right? So we do this, we create this average index, ethnic distance between Chile and the rest of the world for each municipality or for each year. And then with this, we are going to, just to estimate the model above and below the median of ethnic distance to show if there's a difference, a significant difference in terms of these two. Just one caveat, this is actually valid for any of these, of the channels. Everything that we present now, we say that is very suggestive because we're not able to run the IVs. Okay? We wouldn't, we're not able to run decent first stages. So everything that we are going to show you now is basically using the two-way fixed effects model. Okay, so this is one potential channel, right? So intergroup threat measured with ethnic distance. The second one is media. And again, there are many papers in many types of literature showing that media could be an amplifier of these types of reactions. So what we do is something fairly classic in many papers. We got the number of local radio stations per capita that were broadcasting in each municipality. So basically this is time invariant, at least in our specification. We classify the municipalities in high versus low presence of local media, and then we again test if there's any effect in places with a lot of media and not many media outlets. And then we do one additional thing, which is, which I'm going to show in a minute. We analyze what is the reaction in terms of the news, meaning how likely is that the media outlet is going to write an article about crime after the crime was perpetrated by a local or after the crime was perpetrated by a migrant. And we're going to show, we're going to test if there's systematic differences in the frequency of news coverage depending on the nationality of the criminal. Okay? And finally, we are going to explore, as I said before, what happens with the average educational attainment of the migrants. So basically, we are going to classify migration by municipality and by year as high skill or low skill. And we are going to run a horse race to see if any of these is actually more important to drive the main effect. So let me show you a summary of what we find, and then I'll show you the last result with one additional point about media. So we find that actually low skill seem to be driving the effect, not high skill, and nothing happened with total crime. Okay, so this is the case for crime concerns, for behavioral reaction, and nothing to crime. We find that ethnic distance actually has nothing to do with this. So basically the effect is almost the same for migration from very distant or not very distant places. It's basically the same thing. And we have an interesting result, which is that the effect seems to be driven by municipalities in which there's a high presence of media. And this is consistent again for crime concern reactions, for crime concerns and behavioral reactions. Okay, and nothing happens with crime. Now let me show you one additional thing. I know I may be on time, but just let me show you one additional thing which is related to media, something that we just added to the paper and for which I think it would be good to have your feedback. We try to measure, as I said before, if there's a significant, a systematic difference in the frequency in which media cover the crime-related news when the crime is perpetrated by a local or a foreigner. So to do this, we got data basically from all newspapers and TV shows related to media in the last 12 years. These TV shows is basically the caption, the graph that they show when they present the news. So we download them. We kept all the news that were related to crime for all these newspapers and for all these TV captions. And then basically what we're going to do is we'll try to see if there's a systematic difference after after an homicide was perpetrated by a local or by a foreigner. Now, one point about this, we are using we have to match this news data with crime data. And to do this, we use basically homicide data. And the reason why we use only homicide data is because it's the only data that actually has the nationality of the perpetrator, right? So basically what we're going to show is what happens when an homicide is perpetrated by a local or by a migrant. So let me first show you the kind of a visual inspection of this. This is just, we normalize this to 0 when the homicide was perpetrated. So this is after the homicide and this is before. In blue is the average daily coverage of news related to crime after or before a national murder, and the red is after or before a foreign murder. And what we see is that before any of these murders, the coverage seems to be kind of the same. And then it seems to be the case that the red ones goes much higher than the other one. So it seems to be the case that there is a systematic difference in the coverage depending on who perpetrated the crime. Now we do this.
Nico, you have 1 minute left.
1 minute, okay. So I'll show the last slide. So we do this in a bit more systematic way. Basically, we estimate the diff in diff. To do this, we create windows, of 7, 14, and 25 days before and after each incident, right? We have exactly the day of each of the incident and the nationality. so what we can do is we can compare the frequency of crime-related news before and after each incident, which is our outcome. And we basically run this regression in which we have here the frequency, here a variable that takes a 1 if the incident was perpetrated by a migrant. This variable that takes a 1 if the coverage is after the incident, and this is the definitive parameter, which is basically the interaction between before and after a migrant, not migrant. And this is the parameter that we care about. And we do this again for some different windows. And what we find is that indeed the probability of covering a news related to crime, especially in the TV, seems to be, you know, almost 1.4 news higher if the crime was perpetrated by an immigrant versus if the crime was perpetrated by a local. Okay, so I guess I have to wrap up. Again, conclusion is that we find mass migration not affecting crime at all, affecting crime-related concerns and affecting behavioral reactions. And according to our channel exploration, it seems to be the case that media is having an important role in that effect. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Carlos. So our discussant is Nicola Mastrobuoni. Nicola, please share your, if you have slides, please share your screen.
Yes. Can you see the slides?
Not at the moment.
Can you see me?
I can see you, but I cannot see your slides. Okay. Now I can see your screen, yes.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay. Let me...
Getting there.
Full screen. Okay, can you see them properly?
Yes.
Lovely.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, it's a pleasure to be here. So thank you very much for the organizer, for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to read this interesting paper. Thanks, Nicholas, for the presentation. I'm actually glad because you see one of the suggestions that I was going to give you at the end of my discussion is what you were incorporated already, this part of media. So that's a good start. All right, so the bottom line of this paper is that immigration increases concern about crime and on public security, but does not affect victimization. I think this is very, very interesting. I really liked it. I enjoyed reading it for many reasons. One, for sure, is that, you know, of course, given also the context of this workshop, we know that migration is super important and salient in the political debate nowadays, but the perception of it is particularly important. And so it's good to see a paper that directly tried to tackles it, and the perception of crime that might be related to migration is particularly important. And it's interesting the setting because we are in the Latin American context, and within the Latin American context, Chile is certainly quite interesting because as you told us and you explained us, is a country that has received a lot of immigration in the last years. So I just want to make it very clear since the very beginning, Nicholas, to you and your co-author, I think this is very nice and very, very interesting. Let me just quickly point out what you do very briefly, and also the data that you use, which are quite interesting, starting from the Estrangeria, which is this individual level data that you have on all visa and permanent resident permits, plus, which is very, very impressive, these social demographic statistics. Also, the survey, it's quite your outcome variable, this ENUSC survey, which is household level with information about crimes, perception, and victimization. I will have a couple of questions later on this, mostly on whether you have some additional data at individual level that you can use, maybe to pin down your mechanism even more. And you present the paper, in a very rigorous way with a couple of empirical approaches. You start with a two-way fixed effect model, and then you explain clearly and nicely why we should take that with a grain of salt, and why, therefore, moving to a two-stage least square with this standard shift share instrument is better. And this is what you find. Large and significant effect on crime-related concerns, large effect on different measures of crime-preventing behavior, but, which is interesting, no effect on immigration and victimization rates, which is somehow, of course, coherent also with the previous literature. And then I particularly like the initial, I wrote initial here because this is in the version of the paper that I received, exploration of the potential mechanism, but now I see that you have already done some more work. So you find that the effect is larger in municipality with a larger number of local radio stations per capita, and where the composition of immigrants is relatively low skill. Okay, so this is a nutshell is what the paper is about, and this is a nutshell is what my comments will be about. I'm going to start with some comments on the empirics, and then I'll give you a more general comment on the mechanism and the main message of the paper. And on the empirics, so basically, I would like to point out, even before I start, that I think you're careful and you do things quite well. I think the main message that I would like to give you, of course, with the, say, an unrequested advice, call it that way, is to guide the reader a little bit more towards the pros and cons of your empirical approaches. For example, I wouldn't give so much for granted as you gave in the paper and in the presentation why the estimates of the OLS and the IV are so different, and with the IVs twice as big. It's true, it could be about selection, but there might be also other stuff that is going on, and I'm going to try to maybe mention some of them. I think you are really, at the frontier, acknowledging all the stuff that we know now about this shift share instrument. You use the GPSS test, which I like. Now, and I like it a lot, and I want to say it. That's very good. But maybe exactly because you're so good and careful in using it, I would maybe discuss it a bit more. So, for example, I wonder whether you can go a little bit more back in time. Probably there are some data limitations, but that's just for the purpose of the discussion. And then there are some variables, and in particular one which is one of your main outcome, the crime concern. I don't remember whether it's the one that it's defined first or second place, where there might be, or there seem to be a little bit of movement in the pre-trends. It's nothing major, but I would discuss it a bit more. And the second concern about the IV is that I think, I don't even know whether to call it a concern. I would call it a discussion that I would have loved to read, is that on top of this parallel trend that now we have been advised rightly to do in this setting, there might be some other stuff that are going on. One is, for example, the fact that there might be some observed or unobserved local conditions which are correlated with the initial shares. And this might also be the case that, if there are some underlying characteristics at the municipality level that evolve with different trends, that might have, a little bit of it might be a little bit of a concern or something to discuss in your setting. And also the fact that, there are basically two things that now we know we should take care of in this setting. One, as you try to prove, is the plausible exogeneity of the initial shares. And the other one is the fact that there is this very nice paper by Jan Stuhler, Ruist, and Jaeger, which is, I believe, revised resubmit at Journal of Labor Economics, on the importance of dynamic adjustment that there are in these cases, and the fact that we need to control for this dynamic adjustment, because what the risk is that you're basically conflating short-term responses and long-term responses, which even in your case might actually play a role, because after all, in a clash-based Bayesian setting, I have a prior, I'm an individual, there is a shock, many things can happen that might change my perception into a different posterior, and the question is whether you can claim that this is only through migration or not. I think so, but again, I'm just my point is I would love to read more about this in your paper. I wouldn't give it for granted, and it's not a critique. It's that you have an interesting setting, particularly because given that you talk about perception, there is all this Bayesian thinking that I have in mind. Then one other thing that I wanted to say.
Nicola, sorry, you have 1 minute to wrap up.
Okay, I'm almost done. One other thing that I wanted to say is I wonder whether you can have a little bit more controls in your estimate, both at the municipal level, and this is the question that I wanted to ask you about your survey, and at the individual level, and also at the municipal level. Some of them might be quite important, like actual crime rate, voting outcomes, turnout, some local labor market controls, etc. Now, the general comment, given that I have 1 minute, super interesting, but why is this happening? Is this increase, change in perception of crime due to what we know in the literature, that there is an hostility and prejudice towards immigration? Is it because of characteristics of the receiving municipality, or because of the narrative and the exposure to crime maybe perpetrated by migrants that individual have through, for example, the media? And that's why I was congratulating for what you're already doing. In fact, and this is my last slide, my suggestions really were to invest a lot on media, because I think you have a very interesting setting to basically understand whether media reporting might have an effect on this perception, almost regardless the migration shock. So it would be interesting, and now I don't know, it seems that the data that you have now is about television, so fantastic, but national television. It would have been amazing to have data on local television, given that you're exploiting these local level shocks. But I guess you're already doing this, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this. What I would have loved to see, or what I would love to see, is whether media is in the position to drive and change people's perception, almost controlling for migration. And so that would basically require you to analyze content and the narrative. Finally, and then I'm done, voting, it's interesting in this case because you have a little bit of a puzzle, because you find that perceptions change, but victimization is unaffected. And strangely, the beliefs about crime trends are unaffected too. So, in a setting in which you're assuming that crime and migration are issues owned by one of the two parties, it's not entirely clear what the direction would then be in the election. So I don't know whether you can test it with the 90, just looking at municipal voting level data, or whether you have voting intention in your survey. Anyway, I'm out of time, so I just wanted to say very interesting research, very promising. I would like to be kept in the loop. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Nicola, thank you very much for your comments. Nicola, unfortunately, we don't have time to hear your reactions, but Panu has a question, so let's hear his question, and then you can respond to Panu quickly, and then we will move on to next presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Very, very interesting. I have actually two questions. First is that how many murders there are in total by immigrants and natives, so that affects whether we would expect an immigration shock to show up in the total crime. And I'm also interested in the effect of media ownership of media type and elections, how they interact.
Yeah, so thank you. Well, thank you very much for the comments, Nicola. I'll then ask you a few questions, and then to Panu. Yeah, so around 4 or 5% of the crimes are perpetrated by, well, the homicides are perpetrated by immigrants. I don't have exactly the number, but I think it's around. No, I mean, I don't want to lie. I don't know exactly how many of them are, but I'm sure it's around between 3 and 5%, depending on the year, that are perpetrated by by immigrants. So that's, and sorry, the second question that you asked, I missed that.
What's the relationship between media, because you showed these interesting results of the media types and then elections. So basically, would we see that, say, media would play a bigger role before the elections?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know about that. We should take a look. We have some data, and this actually answers one of Nicola's point. We have some data on electoral results, and we find nothing. We find zero effect, which for us was a bit intriguing. We don't really we didn't really know how to kind of rationalize that. But it would be nice to actually take a look to what you say, Pano, meaning try to relate media with elections and violence would be nice. Yeah.
Thanks, Phyllis. So I know there are more questions, but we will have to move to the next paper. So please directly write in the chat. Felicitas, the floor is yours. You will present your very interesting paper.
Do you see my screen? Yes, all right. Then let me switch to full node. All right, so thank you very much for having me. I'm excited to present our paper on migrants missing votes, which is joint work with Yvonne, and Yvonne is also attending this session. So in case you have urgent questions, then just write them in the chat and Yvonne will be happy to answer them. All right, so to begin with, I wanted to present you the results of the second round of the 2020 Polish presidential election. In this election, the populist right-wing candidate Duda won with only 51% of votes. And the difference between Duda and the second best candidate amounted to only 422,000 votes. Among the Polish diaspora, meaning Polish immigrants in other countries, the opposition won 74% of votes. However, the turnout was very low, 10%. And what these figures show you is that the opposition could have won had the turnout among the diaspora been close to the one in Poland. So this really shows that immigrants can affect electoral results. Why is this important? Well, roughly 3.5% of the world's population are currently immigrants. And I don't have to tell any one of you, but migrants are a highly selected group. So they tend to be younger, they tend to be better educated, and as such, they have different political preferences. Furthermore, immigrants are less likely to participate in elections in the home country, mainly because opportunity costs are higher. So our paper poses the question, what are the consequences of high immigration rates on election outcomes in the country of origin? This paper analyzes the causal effects of immigration on electoral outcomes in Poland in the period from 2004 to 2019. Poland is a super interesting example because it really experienced substantial immigration flows after becoming an EU member state in 2004. Currently, 11% of the Polish population are residing abroad, so this is really a significant amount of people. And what we also see empirically is that there's a lot of variation across counties. So here you see the average immigration flows in 2006, but the patterns are very similar in other years. And you can clearly see that there's a lot of cross-county variation, and in particular, that immigration is relatively high close to the Polish border. And this is actually something that we are empirical analysis, because of course there could be factors that jointly determine electoral outcomes and immigration in Poland. For instance, local unemployment rates or local economic conditions, to be more broad. So to account for this form of indigeneity, we instrument immigration with the distance to the nearest open border or international airport. And to briefly give you a hint of our result, we find that larger immigration rates increase the voting shares towards right-wing parties while decreasing the vote share to the left. Furthermore, we show, and this is somewhat surprising, that larger immigration rates increase voting shares for parties with pro-European positions. And then we also show suggestive evidence that the results may be driven by social norms and preferences, in particular trust. All right, so in terms of time, I want to be very brief on the literature. Many of the workshop's attendees have contributed to it. Maybe 2 points. First of all, few papers investigate the effect of immigration and voting in democratic countries, and this is clearly different in our setting. The paper that is most closely related to ours is a paper by Anali and Perry in 2017. And similar to us, they show evidence of the so-called exit effect, meaning the departure of liberal-minded voters. They focus on the effect of immigration on politicians' characteristics at the local level. They use a different instrumental variable. And most importantly, they focus at immigration after a major recession in Italy. So they face differently selected immigrants. So how is the political system in Poland working? Well, it's actually very similar to political systems in many representative democracies. So a Polish citizen who is aged 18 or above is eligible to vote. And the legislative power is shared by 2 chambers, the Sejm, the Polish Parliament, and the Senate. We focus on elections to the Parliament because these are votes towards parties, whereas the Senate is a person vote. The Parliament is elected in a 4-year cycle, and only parties who reach a minimum voting shares are represented in the Polish Parliament. Second, since 2004, so since becoming an EU member state, Polish natives can also elect the representatives at the European Parliament. How does electing or casting a vote from abroad work? So in general, you have to say that voting from abroad has been facilitated recently. So before 2014, you had to register at an embassy or at a consulate, and then you had to cast your vote in person. This has changed. Since 2004, one could also apply for a postal vote, and also the number of polling stations has increased substantially. However, in 2018, the Polish government withdrew the right to elect or to cast a vote postally. This was heavily criticized by the opposition, who said that this practically disenfranchises part of the Polish diaspora. And it's not entirely clear how this withdrawal happened or what was the rationale behind this. All right. In terms of data, this is, well, standard administrative data. So we have information on the number of permanent international migrants per county, which is provided by Statistics Poland. Note that this captures migrants who left Poland for a period of at least 12 months. So we do not account for temporary migration, but only permanent migration from Poland. We have information on official electoral results at the county level for parliamentary and European parliamentary elections. We have it since 2001, but most of the time we use election results since 2004. Of course, we only consider the parties who pass the respective threshold, and we classify them into a right, middle, left scheme. And in order to classify parties, we rely on the so-called comparative political data set. This is designed by experts, so political scientists, and we classify our parties in the scheme in order to make sure that we do not selectively classify parties right-wing or left-wing. However, there are additional data sets who provide alternative party classifications, for instance, the Polgov data set and the Chapel Hill expert survey, and we use information on this as well in our robustness checks. Yeah, and maybe one thing to note is that we also use survey data on norms and values from the Life and Transition Survey, which is done by the World Bank and EBRD. Our identification strategy is based on an instrumental variable design. So our relationship of interest is actually really simple. So the outcome in year T and county I, for instance, the share of votes to right-wing parties, is a function of immigration. And we measure immigration as the number of immigrants since the year of the last election and until year T-1 of the current election. So most of the time, this amounts to 4 years of immigrant flows. However, if there's a European parliamentary election taking place, this may be less. We control for a rich set of regional characteristics, including the industrial structure, including the age structure, education of the population, etc. And then we include year and state fixed effects. All right, so because OLS doesn't do the trick, we use our instrument, and for this instrument we heavily rely on the QJE paper by Dussmann in 2016. And in this paper, they use the distance to the German-Czech border to instrument the commuting flow between the Czech Republic and Germany. Our instrument is very similar to this. However, we make 2 adjustments. First of all, we also use information on distance to the nearest international airport, considering that you may not only take a car, a train, a ferry, but you may also use a plane to emigrate. The second adjustment is a variation in time. So maybe let me jump to the new slide, but in order to, or let me put it differently, before the EU 2004 accession of many Eastern European countries, the pre-EU member states feared the sudden inflow of immigrants from Eastern European countries. This means that they had the chance to restrict the access of Eastern European labor market migrants for a certain period of time. And most of the European pre-2004 European countries did so. 3 exceptions are Sweden, Ireland, and the UK. So this means for elections from 2004 to 2011, we use, of course, the distance to the international airports. We also use the distance to the fellow new EU member states, so the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Lithuania. And we also use this northern border. So here's the sea, and here starts Sweden. So this is not part of the map, but it shows that Sweden is really, really close. For elections after 2011, we also use the distance to the German border. So we have temporal, but also spatial variation that we account for. And now I have to switch back to the last slide, but I want to emphasize that we really find a strong link between the distance to the open border and immigration. And we measure the distance both in kilometers and in the duration of hour. And here are the first stage results. So we really see that we have a strong negative effect of distance on immigration, and the F stats are well above 10. Okay. So coming to our main results, we find that higher immigration has a strong and positive effect on the share votes to right-wing parties in Poland. The respective columns, they differ in the types of fixed effects that we include. In our most conservative estimation, including state multiple times fixed effects, we find that a 1% increase in immigration per county increases the share of right wing by 0.249 percentage points. Likewise, we see that higher immigration decreases the share of votes to left-wing parties, and the estimates are slightly bigger than for our right-wing parties. It is also very interesting to check how this affects pro-European behavior or pro-European voting. And interestingly, and somewhat surprisingly, we find that counties with higher immigration have higher pro-European voting. There are three potential explanations for this. So it may be that in counties that experience high immigration, migration intentions are relatively high. So the remainder, the stayers, basically, they want to leave too, and this, means that they vote pro-European. It could also be that permanent and temporary migration are relatively strongly correlated, and in this phase, temporary migrants might vote pro-European. And the last channel for this result could be that higher immigration reduces the labor market competition in a particular county, and this may lead to this result. We did dig a little into potential mechanisms that can or cannot explain our results. One particular finding is that social preferences, and in particular trust, can explain our results. So for this, we use the Life and Transition Survey, and we know the counties that are high immigration and low immigration counties based on our administrative data, and then we regress this dummy indicating if someone lives in a high or low immigration county on individual preferences, and we control for a rich set of individual and county level fixed effects, controls, and etc. And what we see here is that so the Life and Transition Survey is a repeated cross-section set, and this has been done in 2006, 2010, and 2016. And importantly, this different time periods, they also reflect different leads in the government. So in 2006, we had a left-wing government. And this here we see that in 2006, higher immigration, so the liberal-minded left, this reduces trust in government and trust in the political parties. However, in 2016, when the PiS, the right-wing party, was in part of the government, we see that higher immigration actually increases trust in the government. And this makes sense because the liberal-minded voters, they leave Poland, and this means that in high immigration counties, we have higher trust towards the government, towards parties, towards other political factors. And we do not see this pattern if we look at trust in people, which makes us sure that we actually capture differences in preferences and social mechanisms. All right, so I'm not entirely sure how I'm doing on time.
You have 4 minutes left.
Oh, perfect. Then I even have time to show some of the robustness checks. We do a lot of robustness checks. In particular, we look at different versions of the instrument. We include a static version of the instrument where we account for all common borders, and we see that our results are really robust. We also so in our main specification, we exclude non-European neighbors. If we include them, the results do not change. We use alternative instruments. So in our main specification, we use duration as hours because this is the most significant instrument. However, if we capture it in distance in kilometers, results are basically robust. Maybe to give you one table, so you may still think that high immigration counties and low immigration counties are structurally different. And in order to rule out this concern, we match treatment and control counties on a set of regional control variables measured in 2000. And then we see that treated and controlled districts become much more alike. And even then we see that higher immigration increases the share of votes to right-wing parties while decreasing the share of votes to left-wing parties. All right, so coming to a conclusion, we see that immigrants can be a decisive factor in electoral outcomes in the country of origin. And we show that voting for right-wing parties increases as a result of immigration. And this is actually an interesting timing because right-wing and populist voting is on the rise throughout Germany, throughout Europe, in Germany, in France, etc. And higher immigration may explain this particular result. One policy implication from that, even though it is normative, is that in order to make sure that all citizens are able to cast their vote and can participate in the political process, governments should facilitate the voting for the diaspora, for instance, by increasing the number of polling stations or by allowing for postal votes. All right, so thank you very much. I'm looking forward to your feedback and comments.
Thank you very much, Felicitas. Right on time. So we have our discussant, Marion Mercier. Marion, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to try to share with you my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, great. So first, thank you, Felicitas, for the very nice presentation. And I want to also thank Cevat and all the other organizers for a great workshop and for giving me the opportunity to discuss this paper. I enjoyed a lot reading the paper, so that's a very interesting piece of work, according to me. Let me very briefly summarize what you do here. So the research question is, do Polish counties with more immigrants vote differently? And to answer that, you look at, in particular, at parliamentary elections in the years 2000-2010. I think that's a very relevant and particularly timely question. So yeah, fascinating piece of research. The main results that you have here is that, yes, they do vote differently. In particular, counties with more immigrants vote more to the right, less to the left. They vote more for pro-EU platforms, but they do not vote more or less for the incumbents. And you implement a large set of robustness checks to check this result, with in particular with an IV strategy, etc. So there are a bunch of robustness checks that you do here, which is very nice. One of the results that you have, and that I think is particularly interesting, I will come back to this a bit later in my discussion, is that your main results are actually driven by elections before 2014. That is to say, before abroad voting was made much easier by postal voting. And so I will come back to that a bit later. I have mostly 3 points, so I will try to be efficient on the timing. My first point is related to the interpretations of your results and the mechanism that is or that are at play. The punchline of the paper here is about missing votes, which means that you're saying that it is a combination of selection into immigration first and lower turnout from abroad second, which yield a change in the composition of the voting population and eventually a change in the votes that are observed. I have one first concern here, which is about what you capture with this migration variable. And I am wondering whether there is a risk that you capture something else, which would partly drive the results. So let me be more explicit on that. There could be, I think, 4 competing stories. And I think that at least 2 of them, you can relatively easily rule them out with the data that you have. So the first one is that, as you said it, permanent immigration is a small share of total immigration, but it's probably specific. It's probably different from temporary migration. So one thing that one could be afraid of is that counties with more permanent immigrants also count more temporary immigrants who themselves have a preference for right-wing parties. So I'm wondering whether I think that this could be a competing stories, but this also could be something you can control for, because I think you do have data on temporary migration, though at the state level only. That's the first thing. Second thing, permanent immigration could also be correlated with immigration, and this is another confounder that maybe you can directly control for. I think it would be useful because it's likely that immigration also affects voting patterns in the countries where it's targeted. The two other potential competing stories, which are the other usual mechanisms in this literature on migration and votes, probably are more difficult for you to test directly. So here I'm thinking about remittances on the one hand and non-transfers on the other hand. So I guess here you have more data limitation to look at that. But still, it would be interesting, I think, to add some discussion about how this could enter into the picture and maybe give an idea on the type of bias that it could yield and on whether you think you are estimated an upper or a lower bound for your effects. Last remark about that, about the mechanisms. You present your results on trust. So at the end, these results with the survey data, you present them as illustrative of the mechanism at play, of the transmission channel. But I'm not sure that it's really the place that they should have. I think they rather document alternative outcomes, so other measures of preferences, rather than really a transmission channel, because as far as I understood, you don't argue that emigration affects stayers' vote through changing preferences, but rather than that emigration affects stayers' votes by affecting the composition of the stayers, who are the states. So in that sense, the way I looked at those results was more like additional results on alternative measures of preferences, rather than something testing really the mechanism, this composition mechanism. Okay, so that was my first point. The second thing that I wanted to emphasize is about your heterogeneity analysis. Unfortunately, you didn't have a lot of time during your presentation today to talk about that, but that's a good opportunity to talk about it here. You find that the results are basically driven by everything that happens before 2014. And I think that this is a strong argument in favor of your compositional interpretation, in favor of the idea that it is an exit effect at play here. So my personal taste would be to emphasize more these results and maybe even to dig deeper into it. So to this respect, I thought about two things that maybe you could do. First, maybe you could have a look specifically at what happened at the two elections. I think there were two elections in 2019, a European one and a national one. So maybe you could look at that, because as far as I understood, the postal vote was withdrawn again in 2018. So maybe there is something you can observe here. And second, it would be, I think, very interesting to dig deeper into this heterogeneity across the feasibility of abroad voting. And maybe you could look at that by looking at destination-specific effects. For instance, if you are able to separate emigration towards countries with more than average with a higher than average number of polls versus emigration towards countries with a lower than average number of polls. I think that would be really very interesting. And again, strengthening your rationale about the exit mechanism. You do two other heterogeneity analyses in the paper across election types and across regions. Here, I was much less clear on what is to take away from that. So I was wondering whether you have in mind a specific mechanism that you think you can test with this heterogeneity analysis, and I wanted to ask you which one. And moreover, about the results of these tests, I think that the point estimates are different in size, but I don't think that the differences are themselves significant. So I'm not sure what is to take away from these two heterogeneity analysis, but I'm very enthusiastic with the heterogeneity over time, which I think is a very strong argument for your story. Let me finish with a remark about the empirical strategy. So I think it's great that you're now using a time-varying IV. It's a great improvement as compared to the first version of the paper that you sent me. So you use the distance to the nearest open border, which is something that changes over time. I thought that maybe to increase the variability in this instrument, maybe you could also exploit a variation in traveling time over time if you have some data on that. That was my first suggestion, sorry. Second suggestion, now that your instrument is at the county level, but also time varying, why don't you include county fixed effects? Is it possible, and if not, why? And last point, of course, the usual concern about the exclusion restrictions. So here, the main confounding, potential confounding factors that I had in mind is immigration again. So one could be afraid that your instrument also reacts to immigration, is also related to immigration, and since immigration probably affects voting patterns, it would be useful to control for immigration if you can, and discuss that a bit more in the paper. I have a few other points in my last slide, but I think I'm out of time now, so maybe I will just let you have a look at that later, and let the floor to the audience if there are other questions.
Well, thank you very much. Anna Maria has a comment or question as well.
So actually, I first of all enjoyed the presentation a lot. It's a very nice paper on these effects of immigration. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. On the effect of immigration on voting back in the country of origin. I had thoughts similar to Marion, who was very, very exhaustive and very nice in her presentation. So one thing is to exploit the variation before and after the migration policy changes. That's nice variation. It seems like you already do, but I don't think you emphasize that in the presentation itself, but it's very nice variation. And I was a little bit surprised when you talked about social norms, because I thought that what you were pushing was evidence of a compositional effect driving these election results, while the social norms seems more related to within group changes, so changes in voters left behind, and so there are two different stories, basically. So that's a point that also Marion made.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe we should shift away from putting it as a transmission mechanism to a more compositional effect. But yeah, I agree.
Yes. So I guess it could be also a compositional effect if it is a selection based on norms.
Yeah.
But it's if you put it in those terms, you can reconcile the two things.
Thanks.
Felistas, we can take a couple minutes to basically react to comments, and then we will basically move on to the next presentation.
Yeah, all right. So thank you, Marion, very much for your comments. I would love to have your presentation as well after this talk. But yeah, I agree that this dynamic IV is a great improvement. We ran estimates last week, so we're, yeah. This was a first test of how listeners like this idea, but I think it's actually a really nice approach. Yeah, in terms of county fixed effects, I mean, we couldn't do that in the dynamic, in the static IV. We haven't tried it in the dynamic version, but I think that's actually a very good idea, and I'll check if this works. Yeah, and I think all other points are very well made. So if, in case there are more questions, I'm happy to answer.
There are more questions, but I'm afraid we have to move to the next paper. It's getting late in Europe. Thank you very much, Felistas. It's a great paper. Marion, great discussion. Next paper is from Ilona Ladhelma from University of Oxford. Ilona, floor is yours for the next 20 minutes. We can see your slides, but we cannot hear you. Ilona, we cannot hear you.
There you are. There we go. All right. So back to meeting. Okay, no, it's not going back. So you can see my slides, but you can't.
Yes, we can see the motivation slide.
All right. So what is interesting is that I can't see my own slides at the moment, but they disappeared in this transition. But so can you see the first slide now?
Yes, we can see the first slide.
Wonderful. So we're back. So thank you so much for sticking around until now. Also, I'd like to say that I'm a political scientist, not an economist. So if I sound weird or act weird, then it's just like my discipline. But hopefully it's of interest to economists as well. So my paper is about how politicians react to asylum seeker arrivals and how that translates into their refugee policies. And so the motivation behind this is that we don't really know how politicians reacted to the 2015 refugee crisis. So all the research there is about this question tends to be about citizens, but the elites are notoriously hard to measure. So it's no wonder that there is little research about them. However, it's the elites who decide, at least in the short run. So refugee policies are elected and enacted by the legislators. And we don't know actually how they come into their stances. So then what we do know is about how different parties think about refugees and immigrants. We know that there are anti-immigration parties, and we know that some liberal parties are more pro-immigration parties. And then we also know how people arrive at their electoral choices. And also we tend to regress people's attitudes to immigrants on their attitudes to policies, which is what Heimler and Hopkins call regressing attitudes on attitudes. But they go on in their annual review noting that there's little research about the policy making about refugees. So the story doesn't really get finished. Okay, we know about attitudes and we know about party stances, but we don't really know how the refugee policies become enacted. My research focuses on Finland, which was no different from other West European countries in 2015 that experienced a drastic increase in asylum seeker applications in the summer of 2015. So my research is constructed around this phenomenon, this sudden intervention, in which 87 out of 295 municipalities opened a new reception center without having one previously. And then a control group of 866 municipalities did not. And I exclude all municipalities that have previous experiences of asylum seeker accommodation.
Ilona, could you please speak up? I am struggling to hear you.
All right. Do I just speak louder or should I increase the volume?
Either, as long as it works.
Can you hear me now?
It's a little better, yes.
All right. So now I've increased the volume, so I think that should be better. All right, so this is what the distribution looks like. So if we take that, the arriving asylum seekers per inhabitant in the municipality, then we actually see quite a bit of variation, that it went from barely recognizing it or barely experiencing it to making up 8% of the population, total population. So there's quite a bit of variance, and well, as you can see, it's a bit skewed, and I addressed that in the Robinson section. But I'd like to explore this variation in experiencing asylum seekers and look at what implications it had on politicians' issue stances. So what we know so far is that there is backlash against immigrants from the literature. And then we also know that contact dampens this backlash. Then we also know that there are some rural-urban differences in how people think about refugees and immigrants, with rural areas being more conservative and anti-immigration. And then we also are beginning to have more and more literature about the economic benefits and the more sociotropic evaluation of immigrants and refugees. But crucially, all this is about the citizens and not the elites. So all the literature about the elites, we know that the elites don't really change their stances. So maybe there is backlash among citizens, but that does not necessarily translate into how the elites react, because they're quite reluctant to update their stances. So why not just look at parties and like how they perform in the elections? My issue with that is that here we have a screen capture from a Danish newspaper, where the title says that the leader of the Danish People's Party, that the local leader of the Danish People's Party, which is an anti-immigration party, is being elected mayor of a Danish town. And then he says in the news, "We are very happy to receive refugees." So now if we were to regress success of the Danish People's Party locally, we would normally interpret that as the anti-immigration party doing well, so people being anti-immigration. Well, it's clear that it's not that simple, because actually you can be from an overall anti-immigration party and be personally pretty receptive to taking in refugees. So we need to let each municipality be its own context and avoid aggregation and look at individual policy stances rather than party manifestos. So I'm more interested in within changes rather than between changes, because we know that big metropolis, like urban places, tend to be more liberal to start with, and rural villages tend to be more conservative. But what I'm interested in is that how the intervention changed the within trends of these areas rather than absolute in between values. So how to do this? So I'm going to use a very unique data set that is very unique to Finnish politics. And that is voting advice applications from Finland, which allows each politician to state their support for proposed policies, and they can either agree or disagree with it online. And then the voter can go online as well and fill in the same survey, and then an algorithm creates the best match of who you should vote for. Why this is really important is that Finland has a multi-party system, which is a very candidate-centered system. So there's very much variation within the parties as well, and it's sometimes hard to figure out the differences between the candidates. And this is the go-to source of the Finnish electorate to actually find out about their candidates. And it gets registered, and politicians are then actually held accountable for what they said in this. So this is a big deal for the politicians of what they say here. It's their primary way of connecting with the kind of people they want votes from. And also it's kind of like their personal manifesto that is pretty important. And crucially, I get repeated observations for the same politicians over time. So it makes for a panel data. And then I will use a continuous treatment measure, which measures the actual exposure to asylum seekers locally to measure the effect on these personal stances, measure the exposure effects on these personal stances. So the results in a nutshell are that as the share of asylum seekers increases locally, so does the receptiveness towards refugees, which goes against findings regarding public opinion. So the next big question is why this happened, and I will explore two ways suggested by literature is contact and then sociotropic evaluations. And then I find more evidence for local economic benefits driving this receptiveness to asylum seekers. So what's my dependent variable? My dependent variable is how politicians answered in two local elections, 2012 and 2017, the question or the statement, whether they agreed or disagreed with it, my municipality should receive refugees that have been granted asylum in Finland. This is actually important because in Finland, it's municipalities that autonomously decide whether they opt into integration policies to receive refugees that Finland has promised to take according to local conventions. And but then each municipality is free to opt in or opt out of this integration scheme. So they either agree or disagree with a scale from 1 to 4, with 1 agreeing strongly and 4 disagreeing strongly. And I'm interested in this intercandidate effect between 2012 and 2014. This actually conditions on running twice. So I will also then relax the candidate fixed effect and just include a municipality fixed effect to see whether it also holds overall and not just for candidates that run twice. I will talk more about that later, but I noticed the difference in differences as identification strategy and with a fixed effect estimate in which I have the outcome variable of interest, my dependent variable of this statement, and I have a candidate fixed effect which includes a party and the municipality fixed effect because I only use candidates that run in the same party in the same municipality twice. And then I have a year fixed effect, and then I have my continuous treatment and the set of covariates of interest, which I specify later on, and cluster standard errors at the municipality level. So of course, being a different diff, this relies on the parallel trends assumption, which is a bit harder because unfortunately this question has not been asked prior to 2012. It's also a continuous measure, which is harder to show with a different diff visualization. So I regress my continuous treatment estimate on time 0 and find no effects, so which reassures that there are no differing trends prior. And then I also have political outcomes, voting patterns in treated and non-treated areas prior to the intervention, which show strikingly similar paths in treated and non-treated areas, and also municipality characteristics show different trends, so similar trends. But crucially, they actually show different levels. So with treated areas being more urban notoriously, so I will include these time varying municipality level characteristics as controls, which are pretty much derived from literature, and what can be driving these are just pretty straightforward, except for the Swedish speaking variable, which is just a Finland specific variable because Swedish speaking areas tend to be more liberal. So I also include that as a control. So to recap, what am I actually asking? So we have 4,310 candidates that ran between 2012 and 2017. And so how did their experiences in 2015 of refugees affect their policy stances? So I already explained that this means that I only use candidates that run twice. So I also relax the candidate fixed effect. And then I expand my sample to 7,345 candidates that ran in either time point. So the results, this is a negative coefficient, which means that the stance goes towards 1, which is strongly agree. So with every 1% increase in the share of asylum seekers in the municipality, politicians tend to agree more with taking them in the future. Relaxing the candidate fixed effect brings similar, if not stronger, effects. So it's not unique only to those who run twice. Now, interestingly, this comes from across the political spectrum. This isn't tied to one specific party reacting this way, but pretty much all the parties, only the parties that already had strong pro-refugee sentiments don't react. I highlighted with red the True Finns, the anti-immigration party of Finland, which experiences a very pronounced shift, one of the most pronounced ones. So which means that being an anti-immigration party doesn't mean that you're anti-immigration per default. You actually react quite strongly in treated areas to being more favorable of refugee intake later on. So in practice, this means that with every 1% increase in treatment intensity, the reaction goes up, and when you have very high intensity of exposure, then it's up to half a standard deviation, which is pretty much in line with literature using similar identification strategies for the party level vote shares, except for in the different direction this time. And this is robust to taking the log and removing outliers because it's a skewed measure, so that's important. So what does this mean? It means that rather than party ideologies, candidates make up their own stance based on their own personal experiences of the refugee crisis, and the more intense the exposure was, the more favorable the position becomes. So it's the intensity that matters. So is it the population size? Is it that this municipality gets smaller? Well, not really. The estimates are pretty blurred and unclear when it comes to just interacting this with population size, but rather it's more interesting to interact it with urban density. And then the results are very clear that the lower the urban density is, the happier people are about experiencing asylum seeker arrivals. So then this translates into policy outcomes that in rural areas, which experience this high intensity exposure, the newly elected municipal councils are pronouncedly more pro-refugee in 2012 than they were in 2017 than in 2012. Whereas in the cities, if anything, they go against the trend of being more favorable, and they actually have a somewhat hostile reaction in the municipal councils. And also these rural municipalities were more likely to opt in to actively receiving refugees from refugee camps later on. And this all differs from what we know from previous research that say that rural areas are hostile to refugees and immigration. So what is going on? I know I have like 5 minutes, so I want to be short on this mechanism section, but we know that contact seems to work, and we also know that economic benefits seem to work. So I test contact by having a times exposure interaction, because the longer the asylum seekers were there, the likelier they were to interact, but I find no effect for this. Also, I test for the effect for just small and urban municipalities and small and rural municipalities. And again, the results only hold for the rural municipalities, not the small urban municipalities. So it's not the smallness per se. So it's not really contact. So, but rural municipalities tend to struggle a lot economically in Europe, in Western Europe, and Finland is no exception. They have like worse financial situations. So I checked the financial incentives for taking asylum seekers, and actually they do seem to make money of asylum seeker reception, but the money doesn't really come from tax income. Only a small amount comes from tax income. It's actually public money, public transfers that drives this making money effect. And then I interact population loss, because that's what explains the rural areas money problems in Finland. And actually, the more a municipality is losing its population due to people either dying or moving out, then that explains the positive reactions. And also, I get similar coefficients for running tax revenue as a moderator. The less the municipality gets tax revenue, the happier they are about receiving asylum seekers. And there is a qualitative evidence as well to suggest that this happens. So the local media actually did report, for example, about this case in Finland called Cagliari, which was a small rural community that first very much opposed receiving asylum seekers by the state. And then actually it turned out that asylum seekers could take up jobs in the local industry that helped the municipality in many ways. And in the end, the community ended up begging the government not to stop the asylum seeker reception center in the municipality. So I also do quantitative text analysis, and I analyze the open-ended answers of the politicians to this same question. And I find that in rural areas, the politicians tend to reason for their stance by using the word population. And this is not the case in urban areas, whereas in urban areas, politicians tend to argue in terms of a humanitarian duty to help rather than gaining population. So there are two different ways of seeing asylum seeker reception in these places. The rural one is benefiting from them, like boosting local economy and local population, whereas the urban one is talking about an urban, like a moral possibility to help, like we can afford to help. Okay, so now my screen went crazy. Do you still see the normal screen?
Yes, please see the slides which says ruling out alternative mechanisms.
All right, because my screen just got crazy and I see my inbox. So I'm just going to finish up quickly saying that I do rule out all kinds of alternative mechanisms, from incumbency to marginality and self-selection, but I don't go to them now because I'm running out of time, but I'm happy to talk about it in Q&A. So I do like extensive checks to check for self-selection. and other mechanisms, which I all managed to rule out. I also address like many possible caveats that I identify myself, so I'm happy to get back to them. So I also do robustness checks, and I have like a placebo question from the same survey, which states schools should have stricter rules, and I find no effect for that. So this is a unique result to refugee-related statements rather than just finding it by accident. Also sensitivity analysis and removing outliers doesn't affect. So to conclude, all results point towards the conclusion that asylum seeker arrivals did affect policy preferences locally and in areas with the highest exposure to asylum seekers, that is rural areas, receptiveness shifted towards more positive stances, while in urban areas, if anything, it shifted towards more negative stances. And this has both theoretical and policy implications that rural areas are, at least when it comes to politician level, are not as hostile to receiving refugees as previously thought. And this is due to the socio-economic evaluations of them. Sorry for the mess. My screen is entirely weird, so I barely saw what I was talking about. So it might have been a bit chaotic. So sorry for that. But I hope you managed to take away something. I'm looking forward to any comments.
Thank you very much, Ilona. It was great, actually. It's a great paper, and then you have a great discussant. We couldn't think of a better discussant than Panu, who knows the context really well, who knows the methodology very well. So Panu, the floor is yours for the next 7 minutes.
Thank you. So let me. Do you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen and we can hear you well.
Very good. Yeah, it's a pleasure to discuss this paper. So it's a very interesting paper about how the exogenous shock of hosting asylum seekers following the 2015 refugee crisis, more specifically opening a reception center in a municipality, affected local politicians' subsequent attitudes towards hosting refugees. And what you do here is to compare the attitudes between surveys done in 2012 and 2017. The numbers are reasonably large, so they have a treatment group of municipalities which did not have a center before 2015, but opened one of 87 municipalities, and control group no center before, after, or 186. So these are reasonably good numbers. And I also find the setup convincing in the sense that the decisions on opening a reception center are made by central government. And also what you didn't highlight in this talk, that leading politicians' attitudes towards opening a center in September 2015 did not differ between treatment and control groups. So this is also something which is a nice thing. Your main result is that across the political spectrum, politicians in rural areas became more receptive to refugees after managing a reception center or having a reception center for asylum seekers. Well, what you write is that politicians in urban areas became more negative, as one should rather say they became, the increase in positivity was smaller, so the treatment effect is negative, but the actual change, it appears to me, was still actually positive, not negative. And the proposed mechanism here is that politicians in rural areas saw receiving asylum seekers as a solution to their demographic problems. And I think it's an important contribution to understanding politicians' attitudes towards hosting refugees. And the empirical analysis is done well, and the proposed explanation is a plausible one. But I would like to discuss a potential alternative explanation for these findings. So namely, could direct fiscal benefits from running a reception center explain the findings, and if so, to what extent? A reception center is providing jobs and its employees are a constituency that has a self-interest in having the municipality receiving refugees, especially if you think about small municipalities, rural municipalities with not great job market. It can be actually a very nice thing to have this reception center. And if a municipal government would say, we don't want to have it anymore, there would be now many employees and their family members who would lose also in terms of pocketbook voting. So this is something that I think could play an important role. It's not, these two mechanisms are not mutually exclusive. So it could be that what you highlight and what I highlight play both a role. The mechanism I suggest should depend on municipal unemployment rate. Politicians in municipalities with higher unemployment and smaller population would be expected to become more positive. So this is something that you can test whether it's so or not. And if I look at figure A3, there is a big jump in unemployment from 2012 to 2015. So in a sense, this big general increase in unemployment might mean that now the jobs that the reception centers provide are even more valuable. And I suggest comparing the effects of small population and high unemployment with the effects of the demographic challenges. Of course, this can be highly correlated, but you could see whether it's possible to run some type of horse race between the two. Then it comes to the public finance effects. I find this also an important result. I would like to see more discussion about public finance implications of taking refugees, not just in the current year, but also the longer term effects. So for example, what are the rules about how long the extra support by the government goes on, how important it's to the municipality, how about the taxes paid by the employees in the reception centers. For the general audience, what's important is that Finnish municipalities tax income of people living in the municipalities. So that's the main source of tax revenue together with fiscal equalization for municipalities. So that means that if a municipality hosts a reception center, it also gets directly more tax revenues through higher salaries. And I also wonder if there is a dominant party, that means in the Finnish context, the center party in small municipalities. Could it be that its politicians internalize the fiscal effects more thoroughly than those in bigger and politically more fragmented ones? And let me conclude by highlighting the general changes, so tables A3 and A4, so that the willingness to take refugees increased substantially among candidates from all parties, apart from the anti-immigration, anti-EU, the Finns party. And this general change appears to be bigger than the treatment effect in table 2. It doesn't invalidate your econometric analysis, but it's something that should be kept in mind and which influences how you present the results. Is it about politicians in urban areas becoming more negative, or is it actually, I would suspect more that the increase in positivity is smaller? And I also wonder whether it could be that 2015 was exceptional circumstance, that to what extent it could be about increased salience. So if in general people became more positive towards hosting refugees, could it be that having the asylum center made it more salient, the crisis? And the question is, would that effect generalize also to less dramatic circumstances? And finally, would you be able to use then even later elections to look at the long-term effects? Finland has municipal elections next year, so I don't know if you could look whether you still see some effects. Thank you.
Panu, thank you very much for great comments. So Ilona, please take just like a couple of minutes to react Panu's comments, and then we will have to conclude.
Right. Yeah, thank you very much. Those were really excellent comments. And so those are really good suggestions that I actually haven't really looked into. I haven't looked into this unemployment level so much. So those are things I can't really answer apart from thanking you and saying I will look into that and let's see what it gives. So I actually just wanted to, about the latter part of the comments, I'd just like to say that I actually did a follow-up study to check whether citizens agreed with politicians on this. So is this unique to politicians, and is it that they just have more knowledge, and as you suggested, maybe even some incentive to like channel this money for their own party, or like basically just access to information is so different for politicians from citizens. So I did a follow-up study, and I did like a block randomization in rural treated and urban treated and non-treated areas, and I actually find strikingly similar results among the citizens. But interestingly, the citizens don't really talk about population and economic benefits, but they, which ties in with the paper previously presented, they report no crimes in rural areas, but they report crimes in urban areas. So citizens have like a similar logic, but it just seems to stem from like lived experiences rather than actually internalizing any effects. So this is just something that made me actually, in hindsight, like knowing the results of that paper, be a bit like, maybe like it's not so much about the money in the end, it's just about like having a better experience of them in comparison to urban areas. So, I mean, of course, it might be to those like the politicians who have access to actually the municipal money and know about it, it might play a more crucial role even, as you suggest. But I wonder if the electorate is aware of that. And I wonder why then the politicians would play it up so much to the electorate, who clearly don't really seem to think that way. So that would be just my comment, that I wouldn't perhaps, like in hindsight, I wouldn't play up the public finances so much, knowing that the electorate tries to talk to, the politicians try to talk to the electorate that don't really seem to be thinking about it. That's
Ilona, thank you very much. So this was the last paper of the workshop. So here I would like to quickly basically thank our keynote speakers, Anna Maria Maida and Ellen Manning, and our discussants. Thank you very much for taking the time to read all these papers and making great comments. I always believe that conferences or workshops with discussants make a big difference. So we are glad to have like so many good discussions and a lot of discussion around the papers. And our presenters, thanks for taking the time to present. We had a great set of papers. We had to unfortunately reject our very own friends' papers, but that's a good sign that the quality of the conference and the workshop was very good. If you have any feedback, please reach out to us, email me, Kostas or Pierre-Louis. We will organize the next iteration in spring 2021. We don't know yet if it is going to be online or in person, but we will definitely organize it. So we would like to improve the content of the workshop and perhaps the format of the workshop as well. Yeah, and thank you to the audience. We had very good attendance for the 2 days. And I basically passed the baton to Pierre-Louis and Kostas to see whether if they would like to add something. But thank you very much overall. It was a great experience, a lot of work, but it definitely worked. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to everyone, and also especially to those who stuck around until the end. And see you next time. Kostas?
Yes, and my part as well. Very many thanks to all of you for to the selection committee for doing a great job, to presenters and keynotes. And also I want to give special thanks to our special session keynotes, Stephanie, Hillel, and Elias yesterday. And just to say that hopefully the next iteration would be live, because there's nothing that we miss more than nice restaurants and nice wines and the conversation with drinks at the end of the conference. So I think the chat box is good enough, but I think we can do better next time. So we cannot increase so much on quality, since we've hit close to the frontier on the first time, but we can improve a lot on the quality of socialization. So that is the promise I leave you with for the second iteration of the workshop. So many thanks to everyone for being here both days. And yeah, it's been a fun and pleasure. So.
Thank you very much again. Have a good evening. Have a good weekend.